All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record on case CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, continuing evidence with the state's case in chief. The state just concluded with a witness yesterday afternoon, and I believe intends to call another witness this morning. I'll note the prosecution's all here represented, as well as the defendant and defense counsel. Is the state ready to proceed today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, and I got the microphone on this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. If parties are ready, then I'll go ahead and have the bailiffs please have the jurors brought in.
All rise.
Your Honor, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you for returning today. The court notes all the jurors are here, present and accounted for and properly seated. The court's also received and reviewed a juror affirmation from each one of the 18 jurors indicating they have followed the court's admonishment to not investigate or look into the case over the break. So thank you for following that instruction again. I'll submit those admonishments to the court clerk. I will also indicate one other thing to the jury. As just after the jury was impaneled, I believe a question may have arisen about how it works having alternates, because there are 12 jurors who will ultimately determine the case. And of course, we have extra jurors just given the length of this trial. I'll note that the way alternates are, the process is clearly defined under Idaho Criminal Rule 24. And I'll just read a portion of that to make it clear to you. That says, at the conclusion of closing arguments, jurors exceeding the number required of a regular panel must be removed by lot. So in other words, there's a random drawing that would occur. So all of you must consider yourselves to be jurors in this evidence portion of the case. And if additional jurors remain once the case is submitted for deliberations, that would just be determined by a random draw, essentially, is what lot means. So I wanted to clarify that for the jurors so that someone didn't believe possibly they knew who the alternates would be or would not be. No one will know that until it's time to begin deliberations. So with that in mind, then the court would indicate the state is still in its opening argument at this, I'm sorry, in its case in chief with presenting evidence. And I understand the state was going to be calling Detective Considas as its next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor,
Mr. Wood, are you going to be examining the witness?
I will be.
All right, Mr. Wood, you can call your witness.
At the state calls Chuck Considas.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right, Detective Considas, you've been sworn now. Before you begin testifying, I just want to inquire, this trial is being live streamed on the court's channel, and I wanted to inquire as to whether or not you have viewed any of the testimony or the trial proceedings before your testimony today.
Have not.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Wood, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I do, just briefly, I met with the court and counsel yesterday about some logistics for Detective Considas's testimony. And I spoke about having a copy of his exhibits with him. That copy right now is by my desk. I didn't want to put it up there until court started. And so I'd ask if the court and counsel are still all right with those logistics, that he be handed that box of exhibits.
All right, Mr. Pryor, I will note, we did discuss that in a sidebar. There's a large volume of pages in these exhibits, and does the defense have any objection to those being available to the witness as we go through admissions of those exhibits? All right, there is no objection then. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to go ahead and provide the witness with those exhibits, as each though is offered, just make sure to make a clear record of what's being proffered, and we'll go through whatever becomes admitted.
Detective, can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Chuck Considas. The last name spelling is Kunsaitis.
What is your occupation?
I'm employed as a police officer at the city of Rexburg.
And what is your title?
I'm a detective sergeant in the investigations division
How long have you been a detective?
since 2011.
And what did you do prior to that?
I was in the patrol division and as an acting patrol supervisor at one point before moving to the investigations.
Are you post certified?
I am graduated post class 131.
And what is post?
It's the police academy.
And in your role as an officer, have you continued receiving training over the last or during your career?
Yes, I have. I've been education and training in drug and narcotics investigations, missing persons, death investigations, financial crimes.
Detective, how did you become involved in the case regarding Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, Tammy Daybell, and Chad Daybell?
In November 27th of 2019, I was aware that then Detective Hermosillo, who's now a lieutenant, he was conducting search warrants at 3 different locations at the Rock Creek Townhomes. At 565 Pioneer Road, I believe the apartment numbers were 174, 175, and 107.
And did you aid in that search?
I was not a part of the original service of the warrants. I did show up on scene later in the afternoon and checked in with Detective Hermosillo and asked if I could be of any assistance.
On that day, did you obtain a search warrant for a storage unit?
I did. Detective Hermosillo had me walk through apartment 175 just to see if there's any evidentiary items of value that may have been missed. I located in the master bedroom of 175, which was the apartment that Lori Vallow was currently living in. There was a printer in the bedroom, and on the printer there was an invoice for a storage unit from the Self Storage Plus in Rexburg.
And so you obtained a
Oh,
warrant
yes,
for
I
that
obtained a
storage
warrant
unit.
for storage unit number C52.
And did you execute that warrant?
I did.
What did you find?
There was and there was a medium-sized unit, and there was only a bin, a tote bin with some items of like a baseball glove, some ice skates, some photo albums, and a couple of bicycles and a scooter. There wasn't a lot of content inside the storage unit.
All right. Detective, at any time in your investigation, did you have occasion to write a warrant for a P.O. box in Sugar City, Idaho?
I did. In late December of 2019, I got information from Gilbert Police Department in Arizona that Lori Vallow had a P.O. box in Sugar City, Idaho, just outside of Rexburg.
And so you wrote a warrant for that.
I did.
Did you execute it?
I did.
What did you find in executing that warrant?
There was a large bundle of unopened mail, approximately 100 pieces or so. They were addressed to both Lori Vallow and her then husband, Charles Vallow, who was deceased, and her brother, Alex Cox.
All right. And going through that, did you find anything of interest to your investigation?
Yes, there were several pieces of mail that were from financial institutions. There were cell phone bills. There were letters from the IRS and Social Security Administration.
And based on what you found, did you obtain a warrant for any other mail?
Yes, around that same time, the owner of apartment 107 of the Rock Creek Townhomes, I believe his name is Stephen Cruz. He had contacted the police department and said there was some event.
Your Honor, I think it goes to the question of why he did what he did.
Well, in terms of what he said specifically, I'll sustain the objection as hearsay.
Detective, without saying what anybody else told you, did you write another warrant for mail?
Yes, there was some abandoned mail that was turned into the police department from apartment 107.
Based on what you found in those warrants for the mail, did you serve any other warrants or subpoenas?
Yes, we served several warrants and subpoenas to different financial institutions and the cellular device companies.
What was, you said financial records, correct?
Yes.
What was the purpose of obtaining financial records in your investigation?
Well, we're a missing person case, and so there's a lot of information you can glean from going through financial records. It's not just how much money is in the account. You can look through the account to see if it's a regularly used account, if it's a business account, a savings account. You also get kind of a peek into the life on how people spend their money. If they're eating out a lot or if they are just paying bills, you can kind of get an understanding of how people go about their daily lives.
Detective, regarding Lori Vallow Daybell and Tylee Ryan, did you create a list of financial institutions upon which you served a warrant for aid in your testimony at this trial?
I did,
And did you do that in anticipation of testifying before this jury?
yes,
Did you prepare that list to aid the jury in knowing which financial institutions you're speaking about and to help them keep track of them?
yes,
Do you believe that demonstrative list would so aid the jury?
I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed a look at State's Exhibit 62.
All right, is that one of the ones that's in the?
Yes.
Okay, Detective, if you want to locate Exhibit 62.
Detective, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a financial account attribution list that I created.
Is this the same demonstrative list that we were just speaking about?
Yes,
And is it a true and accurate representation of what you created?
yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that Exhibit 62 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
And may I publish?
Yes, Exhibit 62 is admitted.
Detective, is there a pointer
yes.
there? Can you walk the jury through the accounts that you are going to be talking about?
Okay, so on this page, we're going to be, or just specifically for Lori Vallow, Daybell, and Tylee Ryan. Again, having served several subpoenas and warrants, we're looking through everything. We were able to narrow it down to these particular accounts that are pertinent to the investigation.
And I didn't realize that wasn't all showing. And so you had accounts for Tylee Ryan as well.
Yes.
All right.
Would you like me to go over them briefly?
Yes,
Or-
please.
Okay. So the top account there, it's a JP Chase Bank. It's a joint account with Charles Vallow, and the number on the end right over here is just the account number, just the last four. There was another account through JP Chase that was a joint account that Lori had with her daughter, Tylee. There was an additional JP Morgan Chase account that she shared with Charles Vallow. This was another kind of a business account. And then we learned that there was a personal account through the BBVA Compass account that Lori had created for herself. And then at a later time, she created a joint account with Tylee through the BBVA. And then the next are credit cards. There's a Barclays Hawaiian credit card joint account that Lori Vallow shared with Charles. And they were each issued a card, and you see Lori had a card 6611 and Charles had a card was 0991. There's a Barclays bank account, a credit card that we found that Alex, who's Lori's brother, had opened up an account and actually had Lori on as a card holder. And you see that Alex had two cards here, and then Lori had a card in the last four numbers in that card was 9259. We have an additional First Hawaiian Bank account that Lori had. And the last two we see here are Chase Southwest Air, the PFS marketing credit card. The PFS is a premier financial service. That was the business account that Charles Vallow had. He was an owner of this financial service. And then we had the National Life Insurance of the Southwest. Lori had a policy that she took out for personal reasons for $2 million. And just below that, the Tylee Ryan attributions, the same ones that were up on top under Lori's name, but we just put them under her name. So there's the JP Chase Morgan account, the 3918. This is an account she had while she was living in Arizona before they moved to Idaho. And then Lori opened up an account with Tylee when they got to just before they moved to Idaho. And Tylee was she had a Jeep Wrangler that Charles Vallow had purchased, and Tylee was making payments on. So we created that there.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness look at State's Exhibit 63. And 63 has several subparts.
Okay, make sure to identify those subparts then, and Detective Considas, you can locate that exhibit, please.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I'd note for the record that 63 itself is a business record affidavit. And so this document comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, exhibit 63 then. Give me a moment, we'll take a look at that also. All right, so 63 is just the affidavit, not the attached records, which are subparts that are marked with letters in addition to 63. Is there any objection to the admission of 63, the affidavit? Very well, exhibit 63 is admitted.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at, and may I, Your Honor, my understanding is that once that's admitted, all parts of this exhibit are admitted, and may I publish those?
Okay, and okay, so that would include then
63A through 63I.
okay, I've got through H. Maybe there's.
We'll make sure we get a copy of that.
Okay.
And then
well,
does council have a copy of it?
I
Okay,
have a courtesy copy up through 63H, but you're saying there's also an I?
yes,
Okay, so exhibits 63A through I are also admitted then.
thank you. Detective, will you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63A? What is that?
This is a electronic signature card for the account of the JP Chase Morgan, the 0769 account.
What is the significance of that account to your investigation?
So we learned that this account was an everyday account that both Charles and Lori utilized while living in Arizona. And we know that with this account is specifically interacts with Tylee's joint account when they're moving monies, transferring monies from account to account.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 63B? Do you know what that document is?
This is a sample monthly statement, sample of monthly statements from the 0769 account dating from June 10th through September I believe, of 2019.
And this is the account ending in 0769, correct?
Correct.
And did you review all the documents that came in with that?
I did.
Mr. Wood, on that projector, there is actually a light that I think will remove the shadow. I can have staff attorney assist you with that if you'd like.
That'd be great. Thank you. Are there regular deposits into that account?
There's no regular deposits into this account. They're sporadic at times. They're coming in, monies are being transferred into this account from the 0377 account. But as far as having like a regular paycheck, having a direct deposit or something to that effect, there's nothing on like that on these accounts.
And just to clarify, this was at the jointly held account by Lori Vallow and Charles Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Detective, can you pull out what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63C? What is that document?
This is the signature card on the application for the account, joint account for Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan, the account that ends in 3918.
And this is a Chase
Morgan.
Morgan
correct.
account. And can you pull out what's been marked as 63D? What is that?
This is sampling of monthly statements from Tylee's account from January of 2019 through, I believe, November of 2019 or October 2019.
Okay. And was there anything significant about this document to you in your investigation?
Yes, it shows Tylee is very active on this account. She is spending money with her. She is receiving death benefit stipends in this account from her father, Joe Ryan, who passed away April 3rd of 2018. So Tylee was receiving death benefits, and the death benefits were regularly deposited into this account. And Tylee was very active in this account.
When you say active,
Well, she was out spending money almost on a daily basis. She was going to convenience stores, gas stations, shopping centers, fast food.
and you stated this is the account she was receiving her Social Security payments in.
Correct.
And were those monthly?
They were, they appeared towards the end of the month. Since she first started receiving her benefits June 14th of 2018, and they were regularly occurring into this account.
And do you know how much she received?
In 2019, she was receiving $1,859 a month.
Detective, as you go through these records, are you able to tell the difference between what I'm going to call a brick and mortar payment or store, like a physical location, and online payments?
Yes. Tylee, the overwhelming majority of her spending habits occur in brick and mortar type establishments. And there are some online payments, but she's out spending money in physical places.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 63E? What is that document?
This is the partial monthly statement showing from August 23 of 2019 through September 3rd of 2019 for Tylee's 3918 Chase Morgan account.
And what is the significance of that document to your investigation?
Well, it still shows through August, she is out actively spending money. And it also shows towards the end of the month. We look up on the screen here. So she's really active coming through here. And then when you get towards the 1st of September, and these, I just want to make a clarification here on this outside row. That's the posting date. Inside on the statement, you'll see a date of 9/1. So it shows Tylee moving from Arizona, heading north. And this is the same time frame when they were moving to Idaho. And when you get down to the bottom of the page here, it shows that her last in-person use of a card was done in St. George, Utah on the 1st. There were 2 purchases at a McDonald's that day.
And is St. George between
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rexburg and Maricopa County?
Yes, I'm sorry for those that take it for granted. I'm sorry. St. George is one of the first cities you come to in Utah when you come up north out of Arizona as you're heading towards Idaho.
Was there any record of any money being deposited into that account after that date shown, the last date shown on that record?
No. So we had learned that in the middle of August, I believe it was August 16th, Lori, Tylee's mom, had contacted Social Security and had stopped having the monthly stipends deposited into Tylee's account. And she then switched those monies to be deposited in to her own personal account, Lori's personal account from the BBVA. So there were no more funds coming into this account at all.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63F? What is that document?
This is the checking summary for the date of September 20th, 2019 for Tylee's JP Chase account. And it's showing a $10.04 balance. And then it shows right underneath on the beginning balance, it has an electronic withdrawal for the same $10.04, bringing the ending balance to 0.
Does it show where that money was transferred to?
That money was transferred into Lori's 0769 account from the JP Chase.
Was there anything significant about that transaction to you in your investigation?
Yes, Tylee had no more control over her monies in this account. And with the timeline that we had learned in this investigation of Tylee's last known sighting was between September 8th and September 9th. Lori had closed out this account to, there was no more use for it.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63G? And what is that document?
This would be it's an online administration tool for people who bank with JP Chase Morgan. They're issued a personal identification number and they're allowed to go online and they can conduct their transactions. And this is the page that indicates for Lori Vallow. It sets up with her personal PIN number for the on Tylee's account. It shows that she can access Tylee's account.
And so did she and Tylee have separate identifying numbers?
They did.
Are they on that page?
They are. So if you look down to the middle of the page, well, we know it's Lori because she says Lori for style at iCloud.com right here. And it has Lori's name up here. But right here under personal ID and profile ID, it has a number. And the last four numbers on that are the 5132. So that's the number that's associated with Lori.
And is there a profile number for Tylee Ryan?
There is.
Can you point that out?
So if you were to go two more pages into this document, you'll see Tylee's name is highlighted up on top, and it has Tylee's email right there, TylieRyan24 at Gmail. And if you go down to the profile ID just underneath that, it has a number right here. And the last four on those are 0212.
And Detective, what's the significance of those identifying numbers? Does it aid you in your investigation to know those?
Sure, it's specific to the user. So we have a general idea that it's the person who's logging in is using it, and it leaves a digital footprint. So you can see where they're going and what they're doing within the banking of their account.
So if Lori Vallow were to go online and make a change to that account, it would show that it was her by her identifying number. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And is the same accurate if Tylee Ryan were to go online and make a change? It would show her identifying number.
yes.
Thank you.
If you were to go to the next page, this page here is dated September 20th. And as we previously spoke to the account closing on the 20th of September, if you could bring your, let's see. Okay, we're good, right? No, bring it down just a little bit, please. There you go. Thank you. You'll see the profile ID number up here, the 5132, that's associated with Lori Vallow. And if you look to the bottom of the document, you'll see here on the left-hand side of the screen, you see the high school checking account belonging to Tylee, the 3918, and you see monies being transferred to, and here's the $10.04 that just shows that Lori went in and accessed Tylee's account and then moved monies over into her 0769 account, making it a zero balance.
And so just to clarify, Detective, you're able to verify that it was Lori that made that transaction by that identifying number.
Correct.
All right. And what was that date again?
September 20th of 2019.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63H?
This is a checking summary showing a zero balance on Tylee Ryan's 3918 JP Chase Bank.
And what's the date on that? Or I should say, is there a date on that?
I'm not seeing a date on it, but it would be for anything after September 20th.
All right. And can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63I?
63I is a signature card application page for JP Chase Morgan account for Charles Vallow and Lori Vallow for the 0377 account.
And did you obtain that through a warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you provide that to any other law enforcement agency to review?
I did. I have some knowledge of this account, but the primary reviewer of this account was Michael Douglas, FBI forensic accountant.
Detective, can you look at what's been marked as State's Exhibit 64A? Oh, bailiff, I apologize. This was the first page to 63. And Your Honor, I would just note for the record that State's Exhibit 64 is a business records affidavit, and that this document has subparts 64A through C. And to the state's understanding, this document comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, so 64 is admitted and 64 A, B, and C are also all admitted.
All right.
And they may be published, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, what are the documents from State's, excuse me, Exhibit 64?
These are summary of accounts for the BBVA Compass account ending in 3229 for Lori Vallow. It's a checking account that was opened in October of 2018.
Is Lori Vallow the sole user on this account?
She is
And I believe you just said it was opened in October of 2018?
correct. I believe the 20th.
And did you obtain this through a search warrant or through a subpoena?
I did.
And what was the significance of this account to your investigation?
Well, we learned through this account that this would be one of Lori's main accounts where she would be receiving future Social Security monies. We know that Tylee's monthly stipend was being deposited into this account and would later receive stipends for death benefits for Charles Vallow as well, for both her and JJ.
And can you look at 64B? And what is that?
This is a sample portion of monthly statements for Lori's 3229 BBVA account from August of 2019 through, I believe, January of 2020.
Detective, I want to call your attention to a deposit made on August 28th. Can you see that?
I can.
And what was that deposit? And if you can use a pointer to point it out to the jury.
So just below mid-page on the screen here, we see a credit for Social Security Treasury deposit for $1,859. This account this deposit is associated to Tylee Ryan. And we know from when multiple deposits are made into a banking account from Social Security, so if there's more than one person receiving monies, they're given special identifiers so you can see which deposits belong to which person. So if we look here at Tylee's, you see the reference and it has the X's, and then we see the 4121C1. So the 4121 is the last four numbers of Joe Ryan's Social Security number. His social security number is 146604121. And then the C1 is just it's a designated identifier for child. So it'd be Tylee being a child, a minor under 18, receiving death benefits from her biological father,
And that was the Joe Ryan you
Joe
mentioned,
Ryan, correct.
who you testified was deceased.
He was deceased. He died on April 3rd in 2018.
And so that's how you're able to identify that payment is assigned to Tylee Ryan, even though it's going into Lori Vallow's account at this point.
Correct.
And from your investigation, is this the first deposit of Social Security benefits for Tylee Ryan into this account?
Yes, this is the first deposit.
And where was Tylee Ryan receiving her Social Security benefits before that?
As stated, she was previously receiving them in her JP Chase account, which her mother has since closed out.
And again, what was the date of that deposit?
This was on August 28th of 2019.
And was there anything significant about that to you, about that date?
We learned that our investigation, we believe that Tylee was killed 10 days later.
I'm going to call your attention to a deposit made. It's on the third page of that document. Deposit made on September 18th. Are you able to locate that?
I am.
Can you, with your pointer, identify the deposits made on September 18th?
Yes, so there's two deposits made on that day. One in the amount of $3,902 and the second for $4,157. And you see them here towards the bottom of the page right here. They were deposits from the Social Security Administration, Treasury Department. As you see the X's here, you have a different last four number of the 9801, and then you have a C1. And then on the next line down, you have the 9801E. So we can differentiate what deposit belongs to by looking at this top one here. We have the 9801. So Charles Vallow's Social Security number was 436029801. And we see the C1, so that would be for JJ. And that's the monies that were received. So we have on the next one down, we know it's for Lori because we have the 9801, but the letter E is just an identifier saying that she is the child in care or the guardian.
All right. And are those amounts, are those the regular monthly payments?
These are not. These are the initial installments that she received back pay for both when she generated her paperwork back in August.
And Detective, was there anything significant about that deposit date to you? What is that?
JJ was killed a few days later. Around the 22nd or 23rd.
Detective, you mentioned earlier that this account, this BBVA account, ending in 3229, received from August on all of the Social Security payments.
Yes,
And did you review this document for those payments?
I did.
Detective, did you prepare a chart, a demonstrative chart that shows all of Tylee Ryan's Social Security deposits?
I did.
Does that include both the JP Morgan account and BBVA account payments?
Yes,
Did you do that to aid this jury in understanding where and when those payments were made?
yes,
Does it label the banks to which the deposits were made?
it does.
And did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
I did.
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding the deposit history for Tylee Ryan's Social Security? Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 84? Is that the document that we have been speaking about?
Yes,
And is that a true and accurate representation of the demonstrative chart you created?
yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes that State's Exhibit 84 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All right, Exhibit 84 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you walk the jury through that chart?
sure. This chart depicts Tylee Ryan's Social Security benefits. It's the history of her timeline. So they're up in the upper left-hand corner. There's three different colors on this legend. So the first one, the purple colored, it's a Social Security benefit, was deposited into the joint JP Chase Morgan. So this was Tylee's first account, the 3918. And then we have on the second one, we have the benefit amount deposited into Lori's own personal account after we believe Tylee was killed. And then we have one that has some hash marks on it, and that's shows that it was deposited for that month. But since Tylee was alive, we discount both those months, but they're just showing that deposits were made.
All right. And are there other dates on that chart?
Yes, so on the first line, we have the date of 4/3/18. That's when Joe Ryan, Tylee's father, died. And then Tylee begins receiving benefits on the 14th of June. You see the large sum there. It's for her back pay, if for lack of a better analysis. And then she starts receiving regular deposits of $1,800. And then when 2019 comes around, she gets a percentage increase. So that's why it's at $1,859. And then as we go towards the end of the middle, we see on the screen here on July 11th of 2019, this is the day that Charles Vallow was killed. And then the deposits keep going. And then on the 12th, Lori contacted the Social Security Administration to change Tylee's benefits. I think earlier I stated the 16th, but it was the 12th, so I stand corrected on that. The deposits for Tylee into the BBVA account now, since she's no longer receiving them in the JP Morgan. And you see here on the 8th, that's the last proof of life we have for Tylee. We have nothing in our investigation has shown that she is living after this date. And then after, for the month of October, Lori's receiving Tylee's benefits directly into her personal account. And then as you see here on the bottom line here, on June 9th, we find Tylee at the defendant Chad Daybell's property.
Detective, similar to that chart, did you make a chart for JJ Vallow's survivor benefits and Lori Vallow's mother, child, and care benefits?
I did.
Did you make that in preparation for testifying today?
Yes.
And did you rely on the banking documents that you reviewed in making that chart?
Yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 85? Is State's Exhibit 85 the document, the chart for JJ we've been speaking of?
Yes,
And did you create that in anticipation of testifying before the jury?
yes,
You believe it would aid the jury in understanding these financial transactions?
yes,
Your Honor, I would ask that for demonstrative purposes only, that State's Exhibit 85 be entered into evidence.
Very well. No objection. So Exhibit 85 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you describe how you made that chart?
yes. This is a chart depicting JJ's and Lori's, or JJ's social security benefits that are going into Lori's BBVA account. Again, the legend on the upper left shows the benefit amount deposited for JJ. Underneath that, you see the color for the amount deposited for Lori. And then the hash mark box shows, but it's not included in the total amount deposit because we believe JJ was alive for that month. So as we go through the chart here, as stated in July of 2011, I'm sorry, July 11th of 2019, Charles Vallow was killed in Arizona. Lori applies for benefits in August and starts receiving benefits in September. And this is their first deposit. And as stated earlier, this is not their regular deposit. It's for the back pay when she generated her paperwork to receive the benefits. And then very next box we see on 9/23, that's our last proof of life for JJ. And then you see the benefits being deposited in. They each were receiving $1,951 per month. So they received for September and then October. And then you look here on the last one, and then November 5th, this date is important to the investigation because that's the day that Lori Vallow became Mrs. Daybell and married Chad in Hawaii. JJ is still receiving benefits, as is Lori, all the way through to the end of the year and into January. And then the last box, we have the 9th when we found JJ on Mr. Daybell's property.
And Detective, all of those Social Security payments, was it your testimony, those went into Lori's sole BBVA account?
Correct. She had full control over it.
Detective, can you review or pull out State's Exhibit 65? And Your Honor, while he does that, State's 65 the Exhibit 65 itself is a business record affidavit with subparts A through D. Where this has a business records affidavit, State's understanding this comes in by way of stipulation.
Mr. Pryor, any objection to 65 and subparts A through D? All right, there is no objection then. Exhibit 65, the electronic business records affidavit is admitted. Exhibits 65A through D are also admitted.
Thank you. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 65 in general?
The entire exhibit is dealing with Tylee Ryan's joint account that her mother opened for both of them to share for the BBVA, and they did that in August 19th of 2019.
All right. And can you look specifically at 65A? Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
What is that document?
this is a summary of accounts. It's a signature page for the application for the account of Tylee Ryan that ends in the last four numbers of 5794. And both her and Lori are signers on it.
And that's through BBVA.
Correct.
When was this account opened?
The 19th of August 2019.
Can you look at States Exhibit 65B? What is that?
This is a transaction history monthly statement of activity on Tylee's account for the BBVA.
And in your investigation, was there anything significant about this document?
Yeah, two things. So one, that Tylee was not receiving any more deposits into this account from Social Security where she was in JP Chase Morgan. So any deposits that come into this account are now coming from her mother through transactions within the bank. This particular page we see was created on 8/19, and for the first couple of days, as they are, traveling from Arizona on their move to Idaho, you see again where on out here we have the date of the transaction, but after these post dates of 9/3, it just shows that this card was used in person only 3 times. And that was during their move from Arizona to Idaho. They were at 3 different places. One was in Fillmore, Utah, which is in southern Utah. And it was used at a convenience store. There was one that was used at a Maverick in Perry, Utah. Again, I believe that's still southern Utah. And then there was one that was used in the Wickiup, Arizona. I'm not familiar with geographically where that city is located in Arizona, but it was used on that date. And from there, everything else that we've learned for this account was done online, with the exception of 2 more dates, one in September and one in October.
All right. Can you look at States Exhibit 65C? And what is that document?
This is transaction history for Tylee's account, the 5794 BBVA from August 2019, I believe, through November of 2019. I'm sorry, it goes through January of 2020.
Okay. And earlier we spoke about on Tylee's JP Chase Morgan account about spending between brick and mortar stores and online payments. What's the general nature on this account?
This activity is completely opposite of what Tylee was using on her JP Chase account. All the activity on this account is done online, with the exception of 2 dates. And you'll see on, I believe, September 17th, there was a transaction where it was used in person at a Costa Vida Mexican restaurant. And then there was another in-person transaction on October 25th, I believe. That was, October 7th. And we believe that Tylee did not make those purchases in person.
In the mic, please, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I'm going to object to that characterization. It calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the last part of the response there, striking the belief Tylee did not make the purchases in person. There's no foundation for that, Mr. Wood.
All right, I'll lay some foundation. Thank you. Detective, through your investigation in this case, were you involved in the search for Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
And are you aware of, through that search, of a last known sighting of Tylee Ryan?
last known sighting of Tylee Ryan, I believe, was a photograph where she was in Yellowstone on the 8th of September, 2019.
And so these purchases that were made after that date, what was significant about those to you in this investigation?
Just complete opposite of anything that Tylee was doing up until this point. Everything is done online in this account. The monies are coming in from Lori's account to her personal account. She would send money, make deposits into Tylee's account, and then those monies would immediately be Venmoed out to, we learned, Colby Ryan, who is Lori's son.
And you spoke about two brick and mortar purchases,
Yes,
and I believe you said they were both at Costa Vida.
they're both at Costa Vida.
And ask you to look at States Exhibit 65D.
Okay.
And what is States Exhibit 65D?
States, the exhibit is a copy of the receipt that I obtained for a purchase with Tylee's account on the 17th of September of 2019.
All right.
It was an in-person purchase.
And on the third page of States Exhibit 65D, what is that?
This is a Costa Vida receipt dated October 7th, 2019, that was used with Tylee's card associated with this account for an in-person purchase.
And so to clarify, Tylee in that BBVA account, she never received Social Security payments there.
No.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 66? Do you recognize States Exhibit 66?
This is a affidavit of business records for Barclays Bank.
Okay. And Your Honor, for the record, this exhibit does come in with a business records affidavit. It has subparts A through D. And with that business record, I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
As to Exhibit 66, any objection?
And again, Judge, that was an agreement prior that this would be admitted by stipulation of the parties.
Okay, Exhibit 66 has been offered and is admitted, as well as the subparts 66A through D.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize States Exhibit 66A?
This is a Barclay Bank application for credit card. And it is in the name of Lori Vallow.
All right, is anyone else's name on there?
No,
Do you know when this was applied for?
the application date was September 24th of 2015.
And can you look at application 524-71125?
This is the application for Barclays Bank credit card for Charles Vallow. And the application date is the same as the previous.
All right, thank you. And then application 55662600. What is that?
This is Barclays Bank application for a credit card in the name of Lori Vallow. The application date was April 19th of 2016.
So this was a joint credit card application. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Can you look at States Exhibit 66B? What is that?
this is a monthly statement of transactions activity for the Barclays credit card belonging to Lori and Charles Vallow.
In your investigation, was there anything significant about the information you found on this page?
Yes, two things stand out. On the second line down for June 12th, we see a credit card payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary in Chandler, Arizona. And this is the day after, if you recall, Charles Vallow was killed on July 11th of 2019. And the second date is all down to the bottom of the page here. So on July 20th, we see an airline ticket purchase for Legion Air in the name of Chad Daybell. And the airfare was round trip from Provo, Utah. The PVU is the acronym for Provo. And the IWA is Phoenix Mesa. And then round trip back to Provo.
Detect,
I'm sorry.
go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
You see on this page here too that you have purchase activity for Charles Vallow, and there is no transaction activity in July. And then you see that this card used by Lori Vallow that was issued to her, it was responsible for these transactions.
All right. And so the transaction for the payment for airfare for Chad Daybell was what date?
On July 21st, it was the purchase date. The July 20th was the post date.
And to your knowledge and investigation, was Chad Daybell married to Tammy Daybell at the time
He was.
that was purchased? Yeah. Can you look at States Exhibit 66C? And what is that document?
I have a Barclays MasterCard in the name of Alex Cox. And this is a monthly statement of transaction activity for this account.
And you had mentioned earlier that Alex had an account that he shared with his sister Lori. Is this that account?
It is.
How do you know that they shared it?
They each were assigned separate cards.
All right. Can you describe, or is there anything else of significance on this document to your investigation?
Yes, we have at the bottom of the page, we have airfare for Lori Vallow flying from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls on a round trip, and that would be February 25th.
And is the Idaho Falls Airport the nearest airport to Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Was there anything else of note on this page or this document?
On the next page.
Okay.
On this page, you're seeing purchases in the month of March on the Alexander Cox, Lori Vallow shared credit card account. You see purchase activity for Lori, and you see her card that ends in the number 5259. There are three purchases that she makes on this account that show that she bought airfare for Tylee Ryan and Tylee's friend Brianna Gill. And those purchases were made on March 13th, and they were round trip from Phoenix to LIH, which is, I believe it's pronounced Lahui, Hawaii, on the island of Kauai. And then directly under that, for March 14th, you see Lori using her card to pay for airfare for Chad Daybell, flying from Idaho Falls round trip to Phoenix Mesa and back to Idaho Falls.
And that was March 14th of,
2019,
and so Charles was still alive at that point, to your knowledge, correct?
correct?
Did you find any indication that Charles Vallow had a card on this account?
He did not.
And then Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 66D? What is that document?
This is the application for a Barclays credit card in the name of Alex Cox, dated 9/26 of 2016.
And was this associated with the account we were just speaking of?
Yes.
Is there anything of note on that document to your investigation?
Are you talking about just this particular page? Other than-
Just in that document, is it just the
It's just the account information
account
for
information?
Alex, yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 67? And your,
Sorry.
oh, I was gonna say, Your Honor, this Exhibit 67 has one subpart, just 67A, and it is Exhibit 67 is a business record affidavit, so I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
All right. any
That's
obje-
correct.
Very well. By stipulation, the parties Exhibit 67 and Exhibit 67A are both admitted.
All right. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 67A?
I have some knowledge of it. It's the account from First Hawaiian Bank for Lori Vallow.
And did you receive this through a warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you review this?
I was not the primary reviewer of this.
Did you provide this to another agency to review?
I did. I provided it to forensic accountant Michael Douglas of the FBI.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 68? Do you have that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a business record affidavit associated with Chrysler Capital Finance Company.
And Your Honor, this, again, State's Exhibit 68 is a business records affidavit, has one subpart 68A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 68 and 68A are both admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 68A
I am.
or 68A?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a application for credit through Chrysler Financial for a purchase. Charles Vallow made of a 2018 Jeep Wrangler that we associated with Tylee Ryan.
And are you familiar with the search for a Jeep in Rexburg, Idaho?
I am.
Is this that same Jeep?
It is.
Is there anything else in that document of note to your investigation?
Yes, that the payments would be made on automatic withdrawals through the account of Tylee Ryan's JP Chase account, the 3918 that she had her. This is the account that it had the stipends deposited into when she first opened that account.
Okay. Thank you. And Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 82? And Your Honor, again, 82 is an affidavit of a records custodian. Has one subpart 82A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, Exhibit 82 and Exhibit 82A are both admitted.
Detective, what is the document found in State's Exhibit 82A?
The document is a rental application in the name of Lori Vallow for 565 Pioneer Road, number 107, the Rock Creek Townhomes in Rexburg, Idaho.
And have you reviewed this document?
I have.
Was there anything of note to your investigation on that document?
Yes, it shows that Lori did move from Arizona to Rexburg. And it shows that she is listed both JJ and Tylee to be living with her. And on the second page, you see here that,
If you're going to point something out, if you
Yes.
can point it with a.
sorry. So her monthly rent from her previous residence in Arizona, she stated the reason for leaving. Lori writes, she is bringing children to attend BYUI. My daughter graduated high school at 16 and wants to attend BYUI, but is too young to live alone, so I'm coming with her and relocating.
Okay.
And then below that, you see, as far as her income, she lists Social Security. So all of the Social Security benefits, Lori's claiming just as her sole income.
And was there an amount that she gave for that?
There was. So there's $5,740. And if you combine all three deposits, the one for Lori, the one for JJ and Tylee's, it arrives at this amount right here.
Thank you. Detective, we've been talking about Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan's financial accounts. Did you review any other financial accounts as part of your investigation?
I did.
What other financial accounts did you review?
Reviewed the financial information for Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's brother.
Earlier, you showed a document listing out Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan's different accounts that you had prepared for demonstrative purposes. Did you prepare a similar account for Alex Cox's financial documents?
I did.
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding which documents or which financial documents pertain to Alex Cox?
Yes,
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony?
I did.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 69? Is this the same demonstrative list that you've been speaking about?
Yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, I'd ask the states, or is this a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
Yes,
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes only, that States Exhibit 69 be entered into evidence.
There won't be an objection, Judge.
Okay, without objection, then Exhibit 69 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you describe for the jury what is on States Exhibit 69?
so this is a financial account attribution list I created for Alex Cox as we were looking into the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee. We went through Alex's financial information, and this is the information that we narrowed down through reviews that are pertinent to the investigation. So you see here, the first one is the Desert Financial Credit Union. This was Alex's everyday account. He was receiving paychecks on a regular basis. He was very responsible in his account and his spending. He had a fairly decent, well, decent for me at least, sorry, but for as far as his account balance. So he was not reckless in any way in this account. You see the joint credit card that we just spoke to with Lori, and these are the cards that were associated with that. Alex also had a Mercury MasterCard, and he had a personal account from Wells Fargo, and from that he had 2 cards on Capital One credit cards. And then towards the end, after they moved to Idaho, he ended up opening up a account at the Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 70? And Your Honor, again, States Exhibit 70 is an affidavit of a custodian of records. States Exhibit 70 has 2 subparts, A and B. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to the admission of 70 and 70A and B?
No, Judge, it comes in by way of stipulation of the parties.
All right, Exhibit 70 as well as 70A and B are all admitted.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 70A? And are you familiar with that document?
I am.
What is it?
It's a consumer loan application for a 2017 Ford F-150 pickup truck that in the name of Alex Cox.
And did you review these documents as part of your investigation?
I have knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of those.
Okay. Did you provide those to another agency?
Yes. There is a second account that I did review on the next page, and it's a checking account application, then an account ending 7175 for Alex Cox, and that's his main everyday account. And I reviewed those documents.
All right. Was there anything of note to you that in that?
Yes, so as I stated earlier, Alex was very responsible, and he was very busy on this account. It would appear to be his everyday account. And he was making payments to his credit cards out of this account as well.
All right. Did those payments ever stop?
The payments did stop. So from this account, we learned that Alex had quit his job when he moved to Idaho. He was working for Heritage Environmental in Arizona, and he was receiving 2 to 3 paychecks a month. And at the end of August and beginning of September, he had quit that job and moved to Idaho. Just before he quit his job, he received a loan in the amount of $21,000 in August. I believe it was August 8th. And from then on, he had no income, no regular income, as he was not employed that we could tell.
All right. Is there anything of significance in terms of purchase history in these documents?
Yes, Alex begins to, in August, begins purchasing firearms and firearms related items with this account in the credit cards.
And you said in August, what year was that?
It's 2019.
And is that purchase history different from the rest of this account?
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
The purchase history of firearms, is that something consistent through that account or just starting in August?
It just started in and around August.
You mentioned that he received a loan.
Yes.
Was there a reason listed for that?
Yes, on the loan application, it listed for medical reasons,
All right. And the amount of the loan was $21,000, correct?
21,000 that he received, yes.
Throughout your investigation, did you find any significant medical expenditures in his financial documents between the time of that loan and the time he died in December?
No.
All right. Can you look at State's Exhibit 70B? And what is that?
70B is just a list of monthly statements dated from 2/21 of 2019. I believe through November of 2019.
And were those the documents you were relying on for your most recent testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 71? And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 71 comes in by way of custodian of records affidavit. So I believe it's stipulated to, and just has one subpart A.
Any objection to the admission of 71 and 71A?
No, Judge.
Very well. 71 and 71A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 71?
Yes, it's the custodian of records.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Can you look at State's Exhibit 71A?
Yes, this is the loan application for through Lending Club for the $21,000 loan for
And-
Alice.
And was this the loan we were talking about for medical expenditures?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a brief sidebar?
Yes.
And I think we're going to be having our break. This is taking longer than I thought it would for just what I thought would this be a good time to take the break? We've got more of Jesse
All right,
Krzyzewski.
council, we just discussed some scheduling there. We are going to take a mid-morning break at this time. That will be a 30-minute break. We'll come back on and continue until noon, and we'll plan on taking our hour lunch at noon. And then as regular schedule, a mid-afternoon break after that, go till 3:30. Today will be our schedule moving forward. So at this time, we will take our mid-morning break.
All rise, please.
Okay, and we'll go over to
So just
Jesse Krzyzewski here. So let me pull that up here. Which tab? Okay, here we go.
And then everything is funded by their office too, which is all from the state, which is the same one who is against you. During trial, the state asked our experts about their payment and how much they were paid to testify. Truth is, everyone in my trial, including witnesses and jurors, are paid. They are all paid by the state, county, the same as the district attorneys, their experts, medical examiners, detectives, my attorneys, and my experts. So if you think the state has an unfair advantage because they are trying to portray it like that by saying my experts are being paid for, well, of course they are. They have a job to do like everyone else, and they aren't being paid to lie or change what they believe. Their lives and reputations are on the line. If anything, it is harder for me, the defense, because the state doesn't like to offer much money for the defense to hire experts. They are very limited versus the state, who can get all and have all and what they need. Our experts were paid their fee to look at this case and give their honest opinion of what the evidence shows and where it leads them, and then to explain how and why they came to that conclusion. My own defense team during trial, well, let's be clear here, anyone who watched my trial or saw in person, my trial attorneys were inadequate to say the least, in a nice way. I will say they did offer some good, whether it be finding the right experts or so forth. These people were given my life, my case to represent, while I watched frustrated on the sidelines. Nobody has a clue unless you or somebody you know has been through it. It is very hard to defend yourself while sitting in jail. You can't do anything for yourself. You have to rely on other people, and that is hard because at the end of the day, they go home. It doesn't affect them while I sit. As of today, I said I've had 8 attorneys total. There was so much that was never done, records never obtained, people never spoken to, and on and on. It is so frustrating because I wanted these. I asked and asked, what was I to do? I have even wrote the courts on things. Half of those never made it to you. And when you responded, I never got anything in writing. I had to have my friends or family CCAP for a response. I was always told to talk to my attorneys, or my attorney has to do this or that. The problem is they haven't, none of them. How am I to do these things when I physically can't or am not allowed? It does not make sense here. We are talking about murder charges. This is just sick how nobody cares. Nobody does anything, and there is only so much my friends and family can do. I sit here upset, frustrated, angry, because nobody gives a damn at how screwed up and wrong this is. I came to court numerous times on things I was told was incorrect or lying regarding issues in jail, my attorneys, discovery, closed during trial, so forth. I have tried to speak up in court only to be told I can't because I have an attorney to go through. But again, they weren't doing anything. As of late, I again was told that when I came to transcripts back in December, when my trial attorneys were released, you stated that you were going to request those transcripts. Then versus waiting for appeal, because when a new attorney comes on board, they will need to review everything, and you were trying to speed up the process so they wouldn't wait or have to request them. And then stated that hopefully they can use trial video too, since it is available and would be quicker. Later, when I inquired about those transcripts, I was told that you never said that and I was wrong. I am sorry, but I am not lying or wrong. I know what I heard. I completely understand there are a lot of cases going on, and the DAs, attorneys, and judges are all busy and may forget some things. But I assure you, I only have one case. This is my whole life that is on the line for it. I know what I heard, and I also wanted those transcripts too, because there was things I wanted to personally review and check on. I can't go back and look at the record as easily as others. Nor can I do anything for myself except ask others who were in the courtroom to verify what I heard, which I did, but waiting and counting on attorneys when they aren't helping, responding, listening, or caring, frankly, is beyond frustrating. Everyone keeps passing it on to the next person. I was told by one of my trial attorneys he would send me copies of our last day in court when he was released that I have requested for over a year of my discovery. He said not to worry, he would make sure he sent them. I have wrote him 3 times and he never sent them. Then I was also told by the public defender's office they would try to get me trial video, even after they had to step down, but never got that either. I wrote the supervisor, Jeremy, recently and never received a response. It is my understanding I still have 7 to 8 boxes of my trial, discovery, and notes, etc., sitting in the public defender's office. They are not even handling my case right now because of a conflict, yet they have my discovery still in their office. Then let's talk about my team versus the state's. I went to trial and the state had 5 people who sat at the state's table during trial, 3 assistant district attorneys, and let's not forget the 2 detectives on standby, plus half the gallery on the state side, full of others from the district attorney's office, coming to watch like it's a show or run out to get whatever they need any second. What a fair fight. I got 2 attorneys and another who helped fill in. None even got to know Lynn or me, and that's my best shot, my best chance. It's not right, and it's not right. How fair do you possibly think it looks to a jury? Then the discovery issues. With today's technology, most of mine was electronic and put on a drive that I was not allowed to keep in my possession. So I had to request it in the jail when I wanted and wait to get, which I did not agree with. It should be in my possession at all times. Anyone can view and look at it in the jail or do whatever they want with it. It was lost numerous times. It was just a few weeks ago. Again, nobody could find it, and an officer and lieutenant even searched. My first attorneys were the ones who first put all my discovery together on a drive, so trying to talk to my trial attorneys and find the same things when I have no copies to compare. I wasn't allowed to bring it on a visit with them to try and view on their computer. I wasn't able to show them on the video's visit things either, since there is no computer to show them documents I'm talking about, and vice versa. Nor could I release the drive to them. The few minutes you gave us during lunch or at the end of the day during trial was when some of those things were first went over, or the first time they saw things that I had pointed out. It was when I could actually go over things side by side with my attorneys, and that was during trial, and it was too late. It was a huge issue in my due process right to effectively assist in my own defense when I was not able to properly view my discovery with my attorneys. To date, some documents I have never seen or received. Some I couldn't even open because of the computers available in the jail to view my discovery doesn't have the programs needed to open the documents. I found things during trial on my attorney's computer in that time that I could have done prior but had no access. Then you should see all I have found since trial ended in my discovery. Even I am shocked that my own team attorneys never found or saw it prior to bring up. Sometimes it would just be nice to do something for yourself, since it is my life that I am fighting for, and I know the case, situation, and our lives better than anyone else. Attorneys have other clients. As much as I want to be the only one in the case they are working on, I am not. But again, when I am fighting a charge I didn't do for murder and it carries a life sentence, I have a very limited time to go over my case. It is beyond frustrating. I know most attorneys say we don't come to visit or speak to you often because it's time taken away from working on your case. But in reality, you can't fully work on a case when you don't know much or have facts that you can't get all the facts without me because you don't know us. You can't know us by just paper, as the state tried to. Early on, I couldn't even call around looking for an attorney because the jail doesn't have a phone book, which nowadays I get, but they should at least provide an attorney legal directory, and they don't. You have to rely on friends and family to do everything, and thank God I have some left. But what would those do? What about those who don't? And not to mention, it's not on your friends and family to do. When I was first being interrogated, I did ask about getting an attorney and how to go about that. The detective said I needed to call an attorney, and when I asked how and the issues, they said to go through family. The way I see it, they make it that way so you get no help, because that's what they want. Even the public defender's office won't answer a collect call from the jail. You have to pay for it. Do you know how many people don't have the $4 it is for a jail phone call? And it's never just one call. You need multiple. You are put on hold and passed around. And while on that subject, I did call the public defender's office when I was first arrested back in July 2019. And do you know nobody would help me? When they went to look me up, I wasn't charged with anything. I was on probation, on a probation hold. They said if and when I was charged, or if my probation proceeded with revocation, they would be notified and come and see me. So as far as getting help or knowing what to do or speaking with someone, I got nowhere. So yes, I did drop slips to see the detectives after my first interrogation because I did nothing wrong and nobody else was helping. I had nothing to hide and figured if I spoke to them, they would realize they were wrong. I ended up writing and waiting over 2 weeks on multiple phone calls to the public defender's office before I finally got someone to come and see me. And then I had already hired an attorney after my mom called around, but it was too late. If there is any advice I have for anyone, whether you did something wrong or not, do not speak to anyone without an attorney. They use everything and anything against you. They make you feel you did wrong, even when you didn't. They play mind games. They lie. It is all so wrong how they continue to get away with it. Everyone watched hours of my interrogations, but the truth is there was so much that was edited out, so much more that people never got to see. Again, it is only what they wanted you to see and hear. For the last 5 years, everything I do is monitored, whether it is mail, phone, or visits. Granted, I have nothing to hide, but while I was fighting my case and going through trial, it is not right because the state made sure to listen to it all. And then fair trial, well, that's all crap too. Because if it were, we would have been able to put out a full and fair trial presenting all the facts and evidence instead of it being a one-sided story by the state. I am sorry, but this is wrong, and I am paying for something I did not do, and I will have to wait years fighting an appeals process because I did not receive a fair trial. I didn't get my due process right to present my full defense to the jury. To what I watched in shock while sitting at my 4-week trial, and I am not the only one who feels this way. I have heard and listened as plenty of people in the public agreed, many who didn't even know me or Lynn, but said that this case did not make sense. I was railroaded, that I didn't get a fair fight, and I am saying I didn't, and I know I didn't. I cried and screamed every day at my attorneys. So much was missed, so much was not heard, so much was lost in translation. Nobody understands TV shows of people on trial is nothing like actual trials. Nobody should be plastered on TV, not their trials, their court hearings, their cases, etc. None of it. People think because they saw me on TV, they know me. Well, they do not. Some say I like attention. Let's be very clear. I do not even one bit. It's quite embarrassing. It's hard. It's frustrating. It's a mess. I got people judging me on what they see, making assumptions, talking about me, saying this or that. And I try not to care what people think. But some days it just hits me, and I do, because it isn't me. I didn't do this. Or the others who pass by and whisper, there goes the eye drop killer or Visine murderer and this and that. I don't care for any of those titles, nor is it me. I am super emotional. I cry a lot because it is a lot I am going through. During trial, I had to hide a lot of that, per my attorneys, and that was hard. During breaks, I would cry, and I was told to clean myself up because they didn't want the jury or cameras to see me like that. This is me. I am human, and this is all so much. Why can't I show who I am? Do you know the day I was convicted in jail in the pod I am housed in? The other inmates sat watching on TV. The correctional officer laughed and said what a joke I was, how I was fake crying, how if you held a cup to my eyes, it would be empty. This is no joke. This is not funny. This is my life, and I am being held responsible for her own life, for Lynn taking her own life, and people make a joke out of it. Nobody gets it. Nobody has a clue what my family, my friends, or more importantly, what my mom and I have or are currently going through. There are major issues the jury never got the chance to hear, all relevant, and important testimony. And also the jury had before it evidence not properly admitted, which so obscured a significant issue that it may be fairly said that the real controversy was not fully tried. The state claimed I was a lying, greedy murderer. That is what they said this case was about. They want you to believe this case was a homicide and that it was all about money and Visine. Let's be very clear here. There was no murder. I did not commit murder. I did not poison Lynn, give her pills, or anything else. She either committed suicide or died from an accidental overdose. I was not greedy. I never took $1 from Lynn, ever. Nor did Lynn die from Visine. That's what they want you to believe, because clearly having 40 to 50 pills in her system is normal. The combination of those pills alone could kill somebody. Then let's add her ailments and medical issues too. You heard the medical examiner, and the pathologist list off a ton of things. Interstitial mitosis, I don't even know. Hypertension, hepatitis steatosis, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, a combination of baclofen, ropinirole, alprazolam, hydrocodone, and cybobenzaprine use. The state says it's just Visine because it couldn't have been there. It shouldn't have been there. The ME stated on the cause of death, States Exhibit 36, she died from tetrahydrazine or THC poisoning, manner of death, homicide. As stated on the death certificate, this fatal injury occurred at an unknown time, at an unknown date, when the decedent was given THC by another. The ME died by THC given to her by another? How can she say that when it did not happen? And for that matter, there is no proof, no evidence, because none exists since it didn't happen. There was no fingerprint evidence, no DNA evidence, no Visine bottle taken, no water bottle taken, no plate taken, no spoon taken, no nothing taken for that matter, except some medication bottles. There was no physical evidence for this case. Then they say the scene was staged with crushed pills. Funny, because those same pills were in her tox screen. Also odd was the affidavits the very own detectives used and wrote to get records. State the plate of crushed pills was on the victim's chest or stomach, yet the picture shows them on the side table. I wonder how they got there and how fragments of those pills got on Lynn's chest. Maybe, just maybe, that happened when the medical personnel put the electrical pads on her upper body. They moved the plate, hence spilling some of the fragments. Seen as a lot of things were moved, because we saw that by pictures, not like they first took pictures, then moved items to try to save her life. No, they moved the items they needed to access her to try to save her life. Then they took pictures after the fact. Just like the spoon, whole pills, and the silver containers lying on the floor next to Lynn. Those were on the plate on her chest when I found her, not lying on the floor in the mess around her. Just like the ME said pill fragments were in her hair and shoulders. No pictures show that, nor do any reports from the deputy medical examiner. And she was the actual one on the scene, not the ME. The jury placed greater value on the testimony of the police and the state's experts than on findings of the defense's two experts, one of whom has extensive knowledge in Visine, and both who have seemed more knowledgeable than that of the state's own medical examiner. The jury chose to convict on a life sentence charge when there was no physical evidence, not single one piece. This case was purely 100% circumstantial. I was asked the other day by a family member if there was no Visine in her system, what would have happened? Meaning, what would they have then claimed she died from? I am wondering the same thing. What would they have used against me then? The only part they got right was I lied. I did, yes. I lied over and over about Lynn, at Lynn's request and after, because I no longer knew what I believed myself. I also tried very hard not to tell anyone about her mother's death, because I saw no reason in that, nor was it my place. Hell, I wish I never found out. I didn't want to destroy memories of Lynn with the bad for others. I felt nobody needed to know about Lynn's mother's death or what part she was involved in it, because they chose to take things this far, knowing I did not do this. I had no choice but to tell and share her letters. I have very few people left in my life, and yes, that happens too when you have been locked up a long time like I have. It can be very hard, but then I realized if those people don't believe me and walked away, then they weren't who I thought, nor are they people I need in my life. You really see who you can count on when things get tough and who's still around for you. What people don't understand or know is before all this, I was happy. I was in love with a good man and his kids. They were my whole world. I planned a life with him, and we spent our time with friends and with the kids. We were very social. In the summer, we did traveling softball with his teenage daughter and his little one. I love spending time with them. The state tried to make this case about fighting by trying to make sense of our text messages. Yeah, so we had some arguments. Who doesn't in a relationship? But let me tell you, they were not anything like what was portrayed. We lived together. We spent most of our time together, and we had a good relationship. Yes, we gambled. We went out drinking with our friends at our friends' bars. So what's the big deal? I'm not sitting here and trying to say we didn't, nor was it our whole lives. We also took a trip to the Dells, as the state said. We were to go to the Virgin Islands, but a hurricane derailed that a week before, and we were to leave. And it took over a month to get refunded. We had the time off from our work, so we had decided to go away for an extended weekend. And Lynn offered and treated for a hotel that weekend. I was also on the phone with her often that weekend because she was super sick. And yeah, we had some great Christmases. I went all out for those kids, absolutely. The last year, we had just won $72,000 from Potawatomi the month before. So they got even more that year. I did spoil them. I don't have kids of my own, and anyone who knew me knew I always wanted them. So his were as close as I got. I didn't steal her money to buy or get them things, ever. The state has taken every single thing out of context and made it into something it wasn't. None of this matters or had anything to do with Lynn's death. Scott ended up in the ER months after Lynn died, and I was the one who fought to get him to the doctor, called around and get an appointment sooner. I was the one who took him. He ended up having emergency surgery. His sinuses were blocked, and he talked to his ex-wife while there and had a will done. He was afraid I'd be mad he listed his kids and not me. Never in a million years would I have cared or wanted different. I was close with both his exes and the kids' moms and his family. I was happy in life with him and those kids. I had a job I loved, I made good money, and had great hours. It breaks my heart I lied to him. I not only lost Lynn, but I lost him and the kids. Our friends, I've lost everything, including my life. There was no reason, no amount of money ever in the world that would make the state say, I don't care what the state says or tries to say or prove, they are wrong. And then there's those I met here daily that are forever trying to get information, get close or turn against me. They think they know me, they whisper and talk about me. I trust so few and keep an even smaller circle. As I have said, I have nothing to hide, but me being all over the TV, I don't have to say a word. These people still try to make this up or that to help their own cases. I wouldn't wish this upon anyone. All I have been through upon anyone, including my worst enemy. I have spent months debating on what I was going to say here today, or if I was even going to talk. There has been so much I wanted to say. I hope I got it all out. I needed to say all this for Lynn, for my mom, and for I, as well as others struggling in the system or with it. I am not good at keeping my mouth shut. Usually I'm very outspoken about my frustrations and wrongs that have happened in all this. But in closing, I wanted to share why and how I am still functioning and standing after all this time. What helps me wake up and face a new day. I want people to know how my life has changed for the better and why. I want people to know how my life has changed. I want people to know that there are everyday people struggling in similar or other situations as I have realized, and it could always be worse. I am grateful for what I do have. And know that I am blessed. Even when things are hard, there is always a blessing. Even when it doesn't feel like it, and if we don't see it, sometimes it's a blessing in disguise. I have had so many blessings in disguise looking back that I didn't even realize at the time. Like early on, they were good. Like early on, when I was struggling with firing my first 2 attorneys, everyone kept saying they were good, and I'm crazy to fire them. But they did nothing for me. I went months with no contact and finally decided it was time. I got an attorney who believed in me and helped me and pushed for handwriting analysis, and we got the FBI. Or like when I lost another one of my attorneys early on due to another inmate turning against me. I ended up with another who was even better and who helped me get a pathologist when my other attorney said I couldn't get the funding. I could go on, but I am still alive, and that alone is a blessing. I woke up today. God gave me another day. So for that, I want to use this remaining time in closing and all the media coverage for some good. I hope everyone realizes life is too short. Don't forget to tell those you love every chance you can. Don't sweat the small stuff and live every day as it's your last. Because tomorrow is not promised. If you know somebody's struggling, be there for them. Get them help. Mental health is real. Don't wait until it is too late, or you will forever regret it. Do you know if you were to die here today, where you will go? I ask that because I do, but most don't. I spend a lot of days wondering if Lynn ever got right with God and if she is in heaven, and that is hard. I hope one day I get to see her again. Until then, I have to keep fighting because the truth shall set me free. Freedom, after all, is about remaining in truth. God made us with dignity and gave each of us free will, and we will always have a choice about our attitude. We can remain in Christ no matter where we are. As I said, the truth is I did not kill Lynn. I have played the what ifs over and over from the day I found her. One thing I have come to accept is that no matter what she did, I did, or anyone did differently, it wouldn't have mattered. That is something I have made peace with, and that was Lynn's last day on earth. She took her own life by suicide, or she accidentally overdosed. Regardless, God knew long before that that was the day she was going to die, and he knew how. It was predestined, so nothing was going to change it. This is how I was finally able to accept her being gone and was struggling with what more I could have done. Whether prior to that day or getting more help or coming back sooner or whatever else, it wouldn't have mattered. This is something most people do not realize. God knows us. He created us. He knows everything, including the day we were born to the day we die. He chose that for her, so nothing was going to change it. This is the part that is hard for us. It is the loss of her being here. It is that she is not here with us. I get that because anyone who knew her, I would hope would feel that, but that doesn't mean you can't ruin somebody else's life over what she did to herself. You can't change what actually happened to whatever version you want because you don't like the truth. You can't blame somebody for something they didn't do. You can't put that on somebody else. You just can't. It is a lot to be accused and convicted of murder when I didn't do it. It won't bring her back and it won't make her loss any easier. You're holding me responsible for what she did. Those were her decisions, her choices, her actions, and no one else's, not even mine. One of the hardest lessons in all this, God keeps showing me, we are to love our enemies and pray for those who persecute us. But that is tough. I am trying more than anyone realizes, but mark my words when I say you are sending an innocent person to prison today. And when, not if, but when my appeal happens, my conviction is overturned, you will see that I was right and that I maintained my innocence from the beginning. And that can be on this county, this medical examiner, the detectives, the DA, the jurors, and you, Judge Doro. All of you will have to live with that. All this time I sat, I can't get back these 5 years I have lost. I won't ever be able to have kids as I have always wanted and have someone call me mom or be there for my grandparents in their remaining years or when they pass. My grandmother now has dementia, which I am almost grateful for because we were so close that this would be too much if she remembered or realized what was happening. At the beginning of this, she was there for me and would still be. She just doesn't understand or know what's really happening. She also knew Lynn very well and all her issues. It is very hard because I don't get to see or talk to her and be there for her. I don't remember the last time I got to hug her or my mom for that matter. It's been over 4.5 years now. I have missed weddings and births and so much more. I haven't been outside or even seen the outside in almost 3 years because jail is not designed to house inmates long term. There's so much I am missing and can't be a part of, and even so much more to come. I am working very hard on forgiving all, but it doesn't make any of this easier or right. I know, Lynn knows, and God knows I did not do this. I can stand by that because even though I don't have much faith in our justice system or this county, I do in God. Before all this, my faith or lack of, mostly because I did not make time for him to be a part of my life. I did believe in him prior, but that was about it. This situation gave me a lot of time to search for answers and question everything, and even now I still do. Trust the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding, because we aren't always meant to understand. And sometimes what we go through is to learn from our trials and to be there for someone else's during theirs, or just to sit us down because we need to get something right. What I found is I want to be in control of me and my situation, but I am not, nor can I currently change anything. So I need to trust and give it all to God. This trust at times is hard and doesn't always come easily. The results may not be everything or anything I ever envisioned, but I have to continue to trust in God, for He knows what He is doing. I always felt so alone, but I have come to realize I am not. Even now, years later, I know I would not have survived all I have without God and His Word. I still question a lot. I don't understand the whys and the struggle, but I can say without my faith, I would have taken my life long ago like Lynn. I have been through so much, and for what I don't know. What I do know is I did not take Lynn's life. It is so unfair, but God has a reason, a plan, and a purpose for it all. I hope, no, I know, He will make this right in His time and His way. One of my favorite verses, Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." And I do believe, as I said, this all happened for a reason, and there is to be some good to come from out of all of this. So many people work to make this case about me and against me, but it is not the truth. During trial, the people who knew me said that this is not me. They didn't see this or think I would do this. They questioned the police on a lot of things. They were lied to by both the police and even me. I don't hide that. But I don't hide that. But even they said that I was kind, nice, would do anything for anybody. They trusted me with their children. These same people were my friends. They testified for the state because I lied to them. Yet they still said kind words about me. Why? Because that was me and is me. How often does that happen for the state's own witnesses? Lynn was my family. These so-called friends of hers were not around her last years. I was, and even being around her daily, there's so much I didn't see or know. Nobody in this case actually bothered to spend the time to getting to know Lynn, my mom, or I enough to talk about us, prosecute us, or even defend us. Even after all I have been through, I still love and miss her every day. If God is for us, who can be against us? Well, as I have been learning, it doesn't matter who is against us. It can be everything, everyone, and sometimes it seems like it. But as long as I have God in my life, it doesn't matter, because that's all anyone needs. He will be my strength, my defender, and my protector. The Lord is with me. I will not be afraid. What can mere mortals do to me? So you can say all and do all you want to me. Even after being convicted, the state is still trying, but try as they might. We all saw months back when the state turned over some letters days prior to my sentencing to make me look bad, and it backfired. When they can't even make sense of them or what they had clearly showing that was a setup or someone framing me. Remember they said the envelope that was folded in half, stamped by the jail, but not mailed, hand-delivered with letters asking somebody to make a tape? Even though I know there's still a tape out there in Lynn's voice, as anyone who knew her would know her voice, but nobody wants to take me to find it or get it in Whitnall Park. And to make notarized papers, when I know, because I was with Lynn at the bank, when she got papers notarized, they keep logs of what they notarize, nor can you make a fake notary. So I would ask somebody to do that. Why? Again, I am in jail with cameras all over. As we saw, this is just added in. As we saw Amy today on the tape, there was an envelope. I've never denied an envelope. If anybody would bother to speak with Attorney Kukler, who was my attorney, it was sent to her, and it is to her, and it was for everything done wrong during trial. I know they listen to the tapes. I know they listen to my recordings, and it says that. I have never denied sending out an envelope. And Amy took it to the desk to see her boyfriend who was next door. I have never changed that. You also state that there was a J on the envelope. My first name starts with a J, just to be clear. Why don't you start looking at the detectives, jail staff, or other inmates? Because this crap is getting old. Oh, that's right. They already had. They made other inmates make up stories on me and on this envelope too. Again, why? Because they want a better deal for themselves on their own cases. Amy was also sentenced the day before she had spoke to the detectives. Why not ask the former inmate who lied on the stand how she is doing? Well, I will tell you, she is back in jail in more trouble. So I am sure she has or will reach back out. trying to offer some more made-up information for you to help, or better yet, why not ask the detectives to reach out offering promises? Because they have done that multiple times. I have a friend who was willing to write on my behalf because they tried that with her. Her uncle is an attorney. She had no information to give them, and they repeatedly told her that they would offer her a deal or get her into treatment sooner. I asked repeatedly to be allowed to go to Whitnall Park, where those items were buried by me, for police to take me to the park. To this day, nobody has taken me, nor have my attorneys tried to get the judge to allow it either. They said they took a videotape. Also on that tape is it frozen in time multiple times. Nobody has physically taken me out of custody to get it, and I don't understand why. The time, energy, and money, that was spent on pre-sentence investigation reports that were done for my sentencing could have been put towards finding that evidence or something more important that would have actually benefited my trial or case, when we all know those reports say what those reports say won't change the outcome of your sentence here today. How many
Okay, we'll finish off the rest of her speech. Next break. Oh, she's a piece of work. Everybody's in place. Go ahead and call it to order, Judge.
We don't have anything today on Zoom either. There's no Zoom hearing, but. Okay.
All rise. Your Honor, the jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The state's continuing with its case in chief. Detective Considis is on the stand and has previously been sworn and it's under oath. Continuing with direct examination, the court would also note we had previously turned the blinds down for better resolution on the monitor, but had requests from the jurors to have the windows open. And so they're open and hopefully we get good enough resolution on the monitor to go forward. We'll still dim lights when we're showing exhibits. And if it's clear enough, I'm fine to have the windows remain open. So Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct, you can do that at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 72 and 72A? And Your Honor, I just represent, this is 72 is a business record affidavit and 72A is the one subpart. And I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, exhibit 72 has been offered as well as 72A. Without objection, those exhibits are admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 72 and 72A?
I do.
What are they?
72 is the affidavit of record for Credit Shop, which is the parent company for Mercury for a credit card application for Alex Cox.
And did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain these records?
I did.
Did you review these records?
I have some knowledge of this account, but I was not the primary reviewer.
Did you provide these records to another law enforcement agency?
I did.
Right.
Michael Douglas, forensic accountant at the FBI.
All right, thank you. Can you look at State's Exhibit 73 and 73A? Again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 73 has a business records affidavit. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Okay, so 73 and 73A are each admitted as well.
Detective, are you familiar with this document?
I am.
What are these documents?
This is 73 is a business records declaration for a Wells Fargo account in the name of Alex Cox for a Visa credit card.
And did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain these records?
I did.
Did you review them?
I have some knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of this account.
Did you provide these documents to Mike Douglas at the FBI as well?
I did.
Thank you. Can you look at State's Exhibit 74? And again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 74 is a business records affidavit and with one or two subparts. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 74?
I am.
Your Honor, may that be admitted.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibit 74 and 74A and B are admitted.
And are you familiar with these documents?
Yes.
What are they?
It's a declaration of records from Capital One for two applications of credit cards in the name of Alex Cox.
And did you review, did you obtain these through warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you review these records?
I have knowledge of them, but I was not the primary reviewer of these.
And does that apply to 74A and B? You
Yes.
provided those to Mike Douglas?
Yes.
Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 75? And Your Honor, State's Exhibit 75 is a business records affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to 75 and 75A being admitted?
No, Judge.
All right, 75A and 75 are each admitted.
Detective, are you familiar with these records?
I am.
Did you obtain those through warrant or subpoena?
I did.
Did you provide those documents to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Detective, is it fair to say that you reviewed Alex Cox's financial information, specifically the Desert Financial?
Yes.
Did you prepare a demonstrative chart to show a timeline of its financial records and spending?
Yes.
Did you do that in anticipation of testimony today?
Yes.
Would you look at State's Exhibit 86? Is this the chart you've been preparing? That you spoke of preparing?
Yes.
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the timeline of some of Alex Cox's banking and events in this case?
Yes,
And is that document a true and accurate representation of what you created?
yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would ask that State's Exhibit 86 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. State's Exhibit 86 is entered.
And may I publish?
You may.
Detective, can you walk the jury through this timeline and chart you've created?
yes. This is the financial timeline for Alex Cox. Again, it's Lori Vallow's brother who moved to Idaho with Lori and Tylee JJ. So this is dated from February 7th, 2019 through December 12th. And December 12th is the day that Alex died. So that's where it stops. But you see in the dark blue part of the timeline, you have the financial credit union 7175. He's got a steady income, regular monthly deposits from his place of work, the Heritage Environment. Everything, I can reiterate, he was kind of responsible in the sense that he was paying his bills and paying on his credit cards. In August 9th, he applies for the $21,000 loan and receives it, and it's deposited into this account. So from August 10th through October 24th, you see here that Alex makes 46 transactions for gun-related purchases. Again, this covers the accounts and the credit card, the financial account, but he's paying on the credit cards through this account. So at the end of August, he quits his job and they move to Idaho with Lori and the kids, and he's got no job, no regular income. And then we see here on November 13th, he opens up the Mountain America Credit Union in Rexburg. And then a short time later, he dies on December 12th.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you review financial documents for Chad Daybell?
I have some knowledge, but I was not the primary reviewer for Mr. Daybell's accounts.
Right, but did you obtain any documents for Mr. Daybell?
I did.
Are some of those documents ones that you testified to earlier that you handed off to the FBI to look at?
Yes,
But you helped write subpoenas and warrants and obtained financial documents for Mr. Daybell.
I did.
So far, you've provided 2 lists of financial account attribution lists, one for Lori and Tylee and one for Alex Cox. Did you prepare a similar list for the documents you received for Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Did you prepare that in anticipation of testifying today?
yes.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 76? Did you prepare that document to aid the jury in understanding which accounts exist that contain financial information that you looked at for Chad Daybell?
I did.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
Yes,
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the documents that you were looking at?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask for demonstrative purposes that State's Exhibit 76 be admitted.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 76 is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
So here's the financial account attribution list I created for Mr. Daybell. His main everyday account we learned was from the Mountain America Credit Union. It was a joint account with his wife, Tammy. And the 3007 and the 3301 are 2 separate accounts within the Mountain America system that they had. And the second account here was for Spring Creek Book Company, and that's the company that Mr. Daybell owns and with his publishing and selling of books. And there was 2 credit cards assigned to this account, one card ending in 3136 and one card that was issued to Tammy, and the last 4 numbers were 7171. After that, we have a First Hawaiian bank personal account that Mr. Daybell opened, and that account ends in 9185. There's a Citibank credit card that Mr. Daybell opened an account with. There's also a Visa card associated with the Wells Fargo account. And the last one on the list here was a Capital One account with 2 cards issued, one to Chad and one to his wife, Tammy.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 77? Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 77 is a certificate of authenticity of business records, and there are subparts A through I. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
77 and 77A.
A through I.
I have been offered. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Very well. Exhibits 77 as well as 77A through I are all admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 77A?
Yes.
What is that document?
It is a monthly statement associated to account 3301 for, say, Spring Creek Book Company.
Okay, and did you review this document?
I have some knowledge of it, but I was not the primary reviewer.
Did you serve a warrant or subpoena to obtain this?
Yes,
Is this a document that you handed off to Mike Douglas as well?
yes.
All right. Can you look at State 77B? And what is that?
This is a Mountain America Credit Union account 3007 for Chad Daybell.
And is it a joint account?
It's a joint account for Chad and his wife Tammy.
All right. And I'm sorry, in State's Exhibit 77A, who was that account for?
Oh, it was both for Chad and Tammy as well.
And was it involved with Spring Creek Book Company?
Yes,
Do you know what Spring Creek Book Company is?
it's the business Mr. Daybell owns for publishing and selling of books.
Judge, I'm going to object. I think that's a mischaracterization.
Response, Mr. Wood?
I think the officer testified to his knowledge. I don't see how that's a mischaracterization.
Why do you native objection, Judge?
All right, well, I'm just going to overrule the objection. You can go into that on cross though,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Fryer.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 78? Your Honor, State's Exhibit 78 is again an affidavit of a custodian of records with one subpart 78A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
All right, 78 and 78A are offered. Any objection?
No, Judge.
Very well, both are admitted, 78 as well as 78A.
And Detective, what is State's Exhibit 78A?
It is a account application in the name of Chad Daybell for First Hawaiian Bank.
And did you receive this document by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide this to the FBI?
I did.
Thank you. And can you look at State's Exhibit 79? And Your Honor, 79 is a custodian of records affidavit, one subpart I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well. Then, as offered, exhibits 79 and 79A are both admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 79 and 79A?
79 is an affidavit records for Citibank for a credit card in the name of Chad Daybell.
Did you receive this document by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide it to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Can you look at State's Exhibit 80? Your Honor, again, I know this is a bit monotonous, but this is State's Exhibit 80 is a business record declaration or affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection?
There's, Judge, it's in by stipulation.
Okay, well, they're only in once I admit them. So exhibit 80 is admitted and 80A is also admitted. And I appreciate counsel in going through, making sure our record is clear.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 80 and 80A?
Yes.
What are those documents?
80 is a business declarations from Wells Fargo. 80A is a Visa card for Wells Fargo for Mr. Daybell.
All right. And did you receive those records by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide them to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
yes.
And Detective, do you have State's Exhibit? Can you look at State's Exhibit 81 and 81A? Again, 81 is a business records affidavit with one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 81 and 81A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 81A?
Yes.
What is it?
81 is a business records affidavit for Capital One. And the subdocument 81A is the monthly statements for purchases on the Capital One credit card for Chad and Tammy Daybell.
Did you receive those by warrant or subpoena?
Yes,
Did you provide those to Mike Douglas of the FBI?
I did.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 88? And Your Honor, 88 is an affidavit of records custodian. It has one subpart. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right. And that was exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
sorry,
Judge.
And 88A are
And
both.
88A.
All right, thank you.
Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 88?
Yes.
What is it?
88 is an affidavit of records from Julie Black of Kauai Dreams Realty for an email that was sent to her.
Okay. And what is State's Exhibit 88A?
88A is a screenshot of an email that was sent from Mr. Daybell to Kauai Dreams Realty.
Detective, how did you receive this document?
Well, I came into this document in February of 2020. Trying to locate the kids. We monitor social media sites and came across this document. And so I reached out to Julie Black to see the validity of this email and whether or not it was true or not.
And, go ahead. And were you able to verify with her that this was an accurate document?
Yes,
And then she sent it to you with that records of an affidavit
Yes.
or affidavit custodian. Uh, What date was this email sent?
This date was sent, the email was sent on November 8th. You see right here, 2019. That was about 3 days after Chad and Lori were married in Hawaii.
All right. And who sent the email?
The email address, sender is chad.daybell@gmail.com.
And who is the recipient of the email?
Julie Black.
And what does can you read the body of the email?
I can. It says, we are interested in seeing this property. Would the owners be interested in leasing this property to a clean couple with no pets or children? Please let us know. Thank you.
Detective, what was of note of this document to or why was this document significant to your investigation?
Well, as of November 8th in this email, it's stating that Chad and Lori have no kids. And so we're out looking for the kids, and they put this in, or Chad puts this in a body of an email saying that they don't have kids. We just found this to be odd.
And when did you receive this email? Do you recall?
It was in February of 2020.
Was it, in fact, can you look at State's Exhibit 88? I believe there's a date on the affidavit. And what was the date that the affidavit was submitted?
It was submitted on the 4th of March, 2020.
Okay. And so at this time in your investigation, had you been able to locate Tylee or JJ?
No,
And so was the significance of that to you that Chad Daybell, the husband of the children's mother, was stating they didn't have kids?
correct.
Judge, that's argumentative.
It's a late objection, so it's overruled. It was answered.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 90?
Yes.
Your Honor, again, State's Exhibit 90 is an affidavit of business records. There are two parts, 90A and B. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to 90, 90A, and 90B?
No, Judge.
All right, all three of those exhibits, 90, 90A, 90B, are admitted.
Detective, can you look at 90A?
Okay.
What is that document?
This is a subscriber information for Cable One. It's one of the online or cable services that's offered in Rexburg. It is named for Lori Vallow, September 3rd of 2019.
And is there an address associated with that?
Yes, it shows 565 Pioneer Road, apartment number 175.
Right. And is there an email associated with that?
Yes, the email listed is lollytime@icloud.com.
Detective, why were these documents of interest to you in your investigation?
Well, as we learned on her rental application when she was moving from Arizona to Idaho, she filled out the lease for apartment number 107. So when the warrants that were served, we found her to be living in apartment 175. The other area of we'd like to inquiry about was there's a IP address that's associated with this account as well.
And why was that of note to you?
Well, later in our investigation, we found that Lori was in possession of Tylee's cell phone, and Venmo purchases were being made from this cell phone through this IP address.
And so could you track those Venmo payments through that IP address?
Yes,
And when you look at States Exhibit 90B, what is that document?
this is Cable One subscriber information in the name of Alex Cox for 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 107. And this was generated on September 11th of 2019.
And what was significant to that document in your investigation?
This was the apartment that Lori was originally assigned to be living out of. They had switched apartments.
Right. Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 91? Again, Your Honor, 91 is an affidavit of a records custodian with one subpart 91A. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 91 and 91A are both admitted.
Detective, do you recognize States Exhibit 91A?
I do.
What is it?
This is a letter from Windstream Services stating that we were looking for information of a Venmo that was sent from an IP address off of Tylee's phone. And so when researching the IP address, it came back to Windstream Communications. And so we reached out to them and said, do you have any information in regards to Tylee Ryan? And they said that they didn't. They just offer IP addresses or static IP addresses. And this was the IP address that we were inquiring about was issued to a Residence Inn hotel in Kansas City, Missouri.
So what led you to look for these documents?
Again, we were looking back on Tylee's BBVA accounts. We know that she wasn't receiving her regular deposits, and the money that was being deposited into her account was from Lori's account that Tylee had no control over. So she was sending money, transferring it into Tylee's account, and then it would be Venmoed off almost immediately. And so following up on those types of transactions, that's how we came to know this particular IP address.
All right. And so just to be clear, a Venmo from Tylee's account was sent through this IP address,
Correct.
right? And do you know where this Windstream Services is located?
They're located in Missouri.
And did it give a date for that transaction?
Did
That-
October 10th of 2019.
Okay, so the Venmo 2019 in Missouri.
Correct.
And can you look at States Exhibit 92? Again, Your Honor, 92 is an affidavit of a record custodian with the subpart 92A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
That is correct, Judge.
All right, 92 and 92A are both admitted.
Detective, what is States Exhibit 92A?
92A is a folio bill from the Residence Inn Kansas City Airport located in Kansas City, Missouri.
And what was significant about this document to you?
This was the location of the IP address that was given on Tylee's cell phone on that date.
Okay. And does this document identify any individual for renting a room?
Yes. The room was purchased by Melanie Boudreau, who is Lori Vallow's niece.
Right. And do you know if anyone else was with her?
We know that Lori traveled to Kansas City with Melanie on this date. They flew from Phoenix 10th and returned to Phoenix on the 12th. And we can confirm that with the airline reservations.
All right. And what was significant about that trip to you in your investigation?
That Lori was in Missouri using Tylee's phone and Tylee wasn't there.
Okay. Were you able to verify through flight records where they flew from?
I did.
Where did they fly from?
Um,
Bailiff? Where did they fly from?
They flew from Phoenix to Missouri, according to the flight records.
And so on that folio, it only stated the two people.
The two people, yes.
So there was no Tylee Ryan on that folio
No. And
and
it
no
shows,
JJ Vallow.
no, and it shows that the room was paid for by Melanie.
Detective, we're going to shift gears a little bit. As part of your investigation, did you ever engage in any type of search for pharmaceutical records?
Yes.
What type of search did you do?
In cases such as missing persons, we'll reach out if we have an idea of where the person we were looking for is living or has lived, and we will reach out to the state. So as a resource to the state pharmaceutical board and request if any prescriptions were filled that may lead us to a location that or an area that they may be in.
And did you do that for, who did you do a search for?
I did a search for JJ. I did a search for Tylee. There was one we searched for Melanie Boudreau as well, and also Lori.
And how do you go about doing a search for pharmaceutical records?
We'll reach out to the pharmaceutical board in the state and submit a request and let them know the circumstances, and they will then submit the information to you.
All right. And does each state do that the same?
Same premise, but they're all a little bit different. But we reached out to the state of Arizona, the state of Montana, and state of Hawaii, and state of Idaho.
Why Montana?
Well, early on, as this case was unfolding at the very beginning, we were receiving tips, and one of the tips called in. They thought maybe JJ and Tylee were being held in a compound in Montana somewhere. So we just called upon that to check on that. And also that Melanie Boudreau at the time was living directly next door in apartment 174. So that's why her name was run as well.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 94 and 94A? Your Honor, States Exhibit 94 is a records affidavit of records custodian. I may just have a very brief sidebar.
Yes.
All right, I apologize, Detective. Can you look at States Exhibit 94 and 94A? And I can't remember if this was admitted or not.
Not yet.
Okay. Your Honor, again, 94 is an affidavit of a records custodian. 94 is the subpart. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
Very well. 94 and 94A are both admitted.
Detective, what was States Exhibit 94A?
These are prescription monitoring program checks for the state of Hawaii through the Hawaii Narcotics Enforcement Division.
And did you find any records of prescriptions for J.J. Vallow in Hawaii?
I believe we did, but not in the time frame that we were requesting.
And did you find any prescriptions for Tylee Ryan?
No, I don't believe so.
You mentioned checking in Montana.
Yes.
Can you look at States Exhibit 95 and 95A? Your Honor, again, I believe that this document comes in by way of stipulation.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 95 and 95A, both admitted.
And Detective, if you'll look at 95A, when you submitted names to these states, did you just do one name or multiple names?
We did multiple names. We knew that when we were looking through the airline records, JJ would fly under the name of Ryan, or he'd fly under the name Vallow. So we just, we would use both last names when we were searching. So we were researching for this. type
So
of
what was
stuff.
the name you searched for on this page?
JJ Ryan,
And here?
Joshua Jackson Vallow,
Here?
Joshua Jackson Ryan,
Here?
Melanie Boudreau,
On this page?
Melanie Pulowski. This would be Melanie Boudreau's current last name. She had remarried in November of 2019.
And here?
And the last here is Tylee Ryan.
Did you ever find records of Tylee Ryan traveling under a different name?
Only once, and that was on a trip to Hawaii in early 2019. She flew under Tylee Vallow one way and returned Tylee Ryan in a different, on the return leg.
And Detective, did you perform that search in Idaho?
I did not. Another detective did, but the search was performed.
And are you aware if any results came in from that search?
There were no results.
All right. And any results from Arizona?
No results from Arizona, although they live down there. I was educated that Arizona only keeps track of narcotic analgesics or painkillers, opiate based drugs. That's all they keep track of. They don't do anything for any other types of medications.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 96? In Your Honor, 96 is an affidavit of a records custodian. And it has one subpart A.
Any objection to 96 and 96A being admitted?
No, Judge, thank you.
Very well, both are admitted.
Detective, can you look at States Exhibit 96A? That is. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Did you obtain that document?
I did.
And what is it?
This is an email exchange that Lori Vallow sent to Michael Edson. It's a little blurry on my screen here. If it's away, I don't have a copy in my possession. Okay, there you go.
Is that better?
Yes. This is an email sent from Lori Vallow to Mike Edson. We learned that it was a tax accountant that did Lori and Charles' taxes. And she sent an email to him asking if you'd like me to read the body, I could.
So it looks to me, Detective, like there's two emails. Can you tell which email was sent first?
I want to clarify exhibits here, Mr. Wood. Which exhibit is this being published right now?
That would be 96A.
All right. My 96A courtesy copy is the subpoena, but not the email.
Can I approach?
You may. I'll just have the bailiff provide you a copy of my courtesy copy. And if I don't, it's fine.
You're correct. Oh, well, all right, strike. What I have is consistent with what you have.
Okay, you can go ahead and publish it, Mr. Wood. It's been admitted, and it's fine if my courtesy copy is not containing that as well.
And Your Honor, we'll correct that after court.
Thank you.
Detective, all right, who's that email from again?
Michael Edson.
And are you aware of who Michael Edson is?
Yes, he was a tax accountant for Lori and Charles Vallow.
All right. And can you read the body of that email?
So the first email was sent by Lori on September 9th. It says, "Hi, Mike. This is Lori Vallow. I'm not sure if you heard, but Charles passed away in July. It's been a pretty stressful couple of months. I saw online our tax return got sent out, but it went to an old address. I moved with the kids and forwarded the mail, but I'm not sure that they will forward the tax return check. Is there some way to contact them to cancel the check and do a direct deposit? Or how would that work? Let me know when you can. Thanks, Lori."
Did he respond?
He did.
How did he respond?
He responded by email. Lori sent her email at 5:03 p.m. and he responds the same date at 6:11 p.m. Says, "Lori, I'm sorry to hear about Charles. I thought he was a great guy. If there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to ask." In the interim, here is the link to the IRS to fill out a change of address form so they can send you the check up to the new address. Prayers with you, Mike.
Detective, why was this email exchange significant to your investigation?
Well, the email itself is rather benign. It's just appears to be a classic back and forth of exchanging information, but the date on the email is what was important to us, being September 9th. We recall our last known sighting of proof of life of Tylee was September 8th and September 9th. So we believe the investigation has found that Tylee was no longer living at the time of this email.
Okay. And was it significant to you that was just one day after her last known sighting?
Yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 98? And Your Honor, this is 98 is a certificate of authenticity with one subpart 98A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Very well. 98 and 98A are both admitted.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 98A? And can you describe what it is?
98A is airline information that we received via search warrant for 2 American airlines. We requested several names in the warrant to see if we could find out whether or not Tylee or JJ were on a plane somewhere during our search for them.
And these are the American airline records.
Correct.
And did you find any history of Tylee Ryan or JJ Vallow or Lori Vallow on these documents?
There were several flights for Lori during the period of time we requested from January 1st of 2019 through 2020. And there was only 2 flights that were listed for Tylee, and one was in February and one was in March, and they were both round trips to Hawaii. But there were no flights for JJ.
So, no, I'm sorry, did you say no flights for JJ?
No flights for JJ on American Airlines.
And what was the time frame in which you asked for these records?
January 1st of 2019 through the end of the year.
And do you recall why that was?
Well, I knew that they had moved up to Idaho in September, but we wanted to see if there was any regular places that they went to or visited that we may reach out to another agency or something to try to find and locate JJ and Tylee.
All right. And so to clarify, you stated you found 2 flights for Tylee Ryan to Hawaii
Yes,
and multiple flights for Lori Vallow.
correct. And also Chad Daybell.
Oh, okay. And what of those flights of Lori Vallow are of interest to your investigation?
Well, the biggest one was in around time of that Tammy Daybell was killed.
Grounds. Sustain.
Um,
I'll strike just the last part of the response saying Tammy was killed.
all right. Are you aware of what day Tammy Daybell died?
Yes, it was the 19th of October, 2019.
All right. And so one of these flights of Lori Vallow coincided with that death. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And there was another flight as well that was in around that time that was pertinent to us.
And what flight was that?
That was the flight in early November where Chad and Lori flew to Hawaii to get married. They were married on November 5th, and they flew out on the 3rd of November.
And that was on these American Airlines documents.
Correct.
Okay. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 100? Your Honor, State's Exhibit 100 is a business records affidavit with one subpart A. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
Any objection to the admission of 100 or 100A? All right, both are admitted.
And Detective, State's Exhibit 100, what is it?
It is business records affidavit for Southwest Airlines.
And what is 100A?
This are airline information reservations for Southwest Air.
And did you find anything in these records that were pertinent to your investigation?
We found that Lori and Charles traveled on this airline through 2019, and we learned that JJ had flown 6 times, but that was all prior to them moving to Idaho.
Okay. And do you know what those flights were?
They were flights from Phoenix to Houston, where Charles Vallow lived at the time, and JJ would fly back and forth between Phoenix and Houston to visit.
Okay. And did you find any other records on Southwest Airlines that were pertinent to your investigation?
Just give me a moment. I'm not seeing anything for Southwest Air.
Primarily those flights for JJ Vallow.
Correct.
Did you find any flights for Tylee Ryan on Southwest?
Don't believe we did.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 99? And again, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 99 is a business records declaration with one subpart A.
I do not have that.
Your Honor, made the witness be handed a copy.
All right, I don't believe the court has a courtesy copy of that one either.
Can I ask counsel? Okay,
You can still,
I guess, can you show it to counsel in the court and then?
I'll just do some light reading, Judge.
very well.
Judge, can counsel and I approach just briefly?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what were those dates?
Dates were for April 26th through the 29th of 2019.
And Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 305A? And 305? And Your Honor, 305 is a certification of records. I believe this comes in by way of stipulation with one part, 305A.
That's correct, Judge.
All right, both 305 and 305A are admitted.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 305A?
Yes, this is airline reservation information from United Airlines.
And who is it for, and what does this document tell you?
This document tells me that the passenger on the reservation is for Chad Daybell.
And does this coincide with the last document you looked at in time?
Yes,
And does it say who purchased the flight?
this flight was purchased by Lori Vallow through her BBVA account.
But the person flying was Mr. Daybell.
Correct.
Detective, we've talked a lot about finances and travel. Looking at, is it fair to say you've reviewed several travel records pertaining to individuals involved in this case?
Yes,
And did you have to look at a large amount of documents to do so?
yes,
Detective, in aid of the jury understanding the travel dates that are important to your investigation, did you prepare a timeline that shows the travel of the different parties?
yes.
And what records did you use to create that timeline?
We used airline records from Allegiant, Delta, American, United.
And did you prepare that document in aid of your testimony today?
Yes,
Do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding the dates
yes,
and the places traveled to?
yes.
Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 303? Detective, is this that document that you prepared in aid of the jury?
Yes,
Is it a true and accurate representation of what you prepared?
yes,
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit Exhibit 303 into the record.
For demonstrative purposes, there's no objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 303 is admitted.
Detective, I'm going to turn your attention to the first page of 303. And can you walk the jury through this timeline?
sure. This is a travel timeline for Chad and Lori Daybell. This first box on top of the timeline right before January shows that Chad and Lori met on the 26th of October in 2018. So this starts in January of 2019. So in January, on the 6th to the 10th, Chad Daybell flies round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix, and the flight was booked in December of 2018 by Mr. Daybell using the Chad Daybell Gmail address, the same one he used for the Kauai Dreams Realty. As we move to March, we see that Lori Vallow booked a round trip flight from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls, but she canceled this flight on the 26th for unknown reasons. But she ended up booking a flight and flew to Hawaii for this time frame. In the middle to late March, on the 19th through the 21st, Chad Daybell flew from round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix Mesa And the flight was booked on the 13th of March, 2019 by Lori Vallow. And this is her Lolly Time Forever at iCloud email associated with that account. In April, Lori flies one way from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls. The flight was booked on the 29th, so it was fairly quick. And then she flies one way back to, on the next one up here, she flies back from Idaho Falls to Phoenix. And that was booked on the 3rd of April. Again, and she booked her flight. On April 26th, this is the one we just talked about. Chad flew round trip from Idaho Falls to Houston, Texas, with a stop in Denver. It was booked by Lori Vallow and paid for by her BBVA bank account. Mr. Daybell did use his Spring Creek credit card to pay for an extra baggage for the flight. As we move over into May, we see Lori flew one way from Phoenix Mesa to Provo, Utah, and the flight was booked by Lori. And then up here we have the date of July 11th, 2019. That's the day that Charles Vallow died.
Can you walk the jury through the second page of that timeline?
Okay.
Try and zoom in a little bit.
One thing I want you to take notice of, if you could please, is that after Charles Vallow dies, Lori flies under the name of Lori Ryan the rest of the year. I think she booked a flight a day or so after Charles died, but still used the name Vallow, but everything else is Lori Ryan. So in August, you see up here the timeline, they're moving to Idaho. And then late August, Lori flies up a round trip from Phoenix Mesa to Idaho Falls, and she books her flight. And Melanie Boudreau, and that's Lori's niece, she was also on this trip. We believe that this is the signing of the rental lease just prior to them moving up. You see here on the timeline as we go on September 8th, it's the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan. We move over to the 22nd, that's our last known sighting of JJ. So in October 8th through the 13th, Lori Ryan flies a round trip from Idaho Falls to Phoenix Mesa. And this is the trip where she took to Missouri, which we had the Venmo used from the Missouri hotel. What's significant about this date is this is the day before Tammy Daybell had an incident where she was shot at and reported to police.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point at the characterization.
I'll sustain it as to that final statement and strike that part of the witness response. Mr. Wood, if you'd ask another question, I believe we're just getting into a total narrative at this point as well.
I understand, Your Honor. After October 9th, what was the next event that took place?
Lori flies round trip from Las Vegas to Kauai. The date of the 17th of October is just before Tammy Daybell was found dead on the 19th. She was scheduled to return on the 21st on this flight. As you move over to the 24th of October, she flies one way from Phoenix to Idaho Falls after flying back from Hawaii. Now down here we have on the 23rd, just to give you a sense of where on the timeline things falls, that Tammy Daybell had her funeral service in Rexburg on the 23rd. As we move to early November, Chad and Lori fly round trip from Salt Lake City to Kauai. Chad flies from Salt Lake City. Lori, we believe, drove a vehicle down to Arizona and then met up with Chad in Southern California. There was a family trip that Chad took with his kids to California during this time. And But what was significant to us is that Chad booked this flight just 5 days after the funeral service for Tammy Daybell. Continuing,
Well, Detective, I actually want to ask you a question. Um,
Mr.
All
Wood,
right.
I'd like to take a look at the time as well. I don't know how much longer you've got on the timeline, but
you got one more page, Your Honor?
okay, let's do
And-
that and it'll take long.
Okay. Detective, this last box, you'll see my pen pointing at, that's marked 11/3/2019. Does that coincide at all with what your investigation shows about the marriage of Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow?
yes, they departed for Hawaii and were married in Hawaii on the 5th of November.
And then one last page. Detective, what's marked in the first two boxes?
So we have here Lori and Chad flew one way from Hawaii to Phoenix. And below that, they arrived in Idaho Falls on Allegiant Airlines. On the 28th, Chad flew one way from Salt Lake. And again, I believe I may have mixed up on the last page, but Lori was scheduled to be on this flight, but we believe she drove her car to Arizona. His box on the reservation was marked flown and hers was left empty, so it was designated to open. So, and this was also a trip that was a family trip that Chad paid for his kids and their spouses to fly to California to have over the Thanksgiving holiday. There was no record of Tylee or JJ on this trip at all.
Now, Detective, you had mentioned a trip earlier. Is it possible that this was the trip you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And then the last box.
The last box is Chad and Lori flew one way from LAX to Hawaii where they took up residence.
Okay.
The
And then
last, I'm sorry, then the
there's-
last
Yes, there's one more box. Can you,
box on the top of the timeline is June 9th, and that's when we found JJ and Tylee.
all right. Your Honor, I believe now would be time to break.
Okay, we will go ahead and take the lunch recess at this time. We'll plan on that being right around an hour, so just shortly after 1 o'clock, we'll try to get started again, go through the afternoon with another break.
All rise, please.
Okay, so I've got some very interesting video that I came across last night, which goes back to one point we were debating yesterday. But first, I'd like to finish up the last 4 minutes of Jesse Krzyzewski's statement, and then we'll go straight to the video. So here we go.
Other people have been convicted because of one reason or another. Nobody bothered to look for crucial evidence still there and waiting to be discovered. You then say you can use those letters against me for sentencing. How is that right? I am not charged with those or even convicted, but you want and can use that against me. So again, as I said, what can mere mortals do to me? You can all say or do what you want to me. Even after being convicted, the state is still trying. But try as they might, I am sure they will keep doing all they can, as I know I will too. It will not silence me. It will not break me, nor will it change that I did not take her life. We are hard pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed. 2 weeks before my sentencing, I had a meeting with my attorney regarding restitution. The state is requesting almost $400,000 in restitution in an 86-page document that was submitted to the courts that was under seal, where even I can't get a copy to thoroughly go through it. I did review it with my attorney briefly, but have not been able to thoroughly go through it. But I was to agree or dispute within 2 weeks. How am I to do that without exactly thoroughly going through it? These numbers and figures that all came out in trial, so I am not sure why it is a secret and sealed. Yet the envelope with the fake letters brought up prior to jail, not from the jail, not mailed from the jail, who knows, was submitted to the courts at sentencing materials before my prior sentencing date, and that wasn't talked about during trial, nor wasn't talked about trial, but that was sealed. That was not sealed. It makes no sense. They can again pick and choose who sees and hears what they want and what they can't. But it is up to my attorneys to request to seal something. But again, I did not have attorneys working for my best interest or doing anything at that time. They were too busy saving themselves to help me, talk to me, or file anything on my behalf except withdrawal. And because I had counsel listed on record, I could not do anything for myself with the courts or get another attorney to. Defendants are at a huge loss to try and defend themselves or help in their own defense. It is damn near impossible, and that is unacceptable. It needs to change. There is no such thing as all defendants are to be considered innocent until proven guilty by the court of law. I was guilty from the beginning and never had a proper and fair chance to prove my innocence. So do your best, but I am still standing. I am still fighting, and I will not give up, as God is my witness. This case is far from over. You may think by convicting me and sentencing me that it is, but it is not over by a long shot. Until my conviction is overturned and my name is cleared, I will not rest, as I know neither will Lynn. I know a lot of people may have things to say since I have talked about God, but that is between me and God. I know as you sit here, you're probably thinking you've been convicted. Yes, I have, but I also know there are people who have been imprisoned who were wrongly convicted for crimes they did not commit. It happens, and it did happen in this case. I was advised to expect and prepare myself for you to hand down a sentence of life without parole. But even in judgment, God is merciful. So I ask you, put aside what many others are expecting and asking of you, and to leave the outside influences of media and politics behind, as you have seen, heard, and know more of the facts and circumstantial evidence of this case than most. As I stand before you, or sit, I am asking you to be fair, just, and merciful with my sentence today, because even though I was convicted, my innocence will prevail in God's time. Here at Waukesha County Jail, where I have been incarcerated for over 2 years, I started reading to the whole pod before bed, nightly devotions and prayers to the ladies, when someone was to be released, whether they were headed home, another jail, prison, or treatment. I would share one of my favorite verses, which is Joshua 1:9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. So I may be going to prison for now, but I will be okay. I will not be alone, and this is not the end of my story. I will continue fighting for Lynn's truth and mine. Thank you very much for your time today.
Uh-huh. Okay, so that finishes up Jesse.
Super soft
Oops.
bras made.
Okay, I'm trying to get this to stop. Okay, let's go to the next tab over here. We've got Profiling Evil and Mike King, who lives up in Ogden, a little bit north of me. Was on Court TV and had some interesting observations. So let's roll.
Well, hey, everybody, thanks for joining Profiling Evil. And please make sure you're hitting that like and subscribe button and that you're sharing Profiling Evil with all your friends and your contacts. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is Chad Daybell and the surveillance law enforcement was conducting around him and on him. Number one, it goes back as far as when they were following him and Lori Vallow to the Hobby Lobby and lunch at Cafe Rio. It's important, and it tells us a lot about why law enforcement was focused on those two so early in the game. And was it really early in the game? I appeared on Court TV with Vinnie Politan to talk about this very issue. We spent quite a bit of time talking about it because it's caused a lot of question in a lot of people's mind, not only from the investigative stage, but when they were serving that search warrant. Let's listen in.
Joining me right now, retired police commander, religious cult expert, and host of the Profiling Evil podcast, Mike King, also the author of the book Deceived. Great to see you, Mike. Thanks so much. Are you surprised what we're learning now about this additional surveillance, this early surveillance on Chad and Lori? Like, they were on the radar already for the shooting related to, I believe, Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes, and I think it's interesting because it gives you some insight into what law enforcement does in these kinds of investigations. They want to try to watch and hope that they catch someone doing something, and they did, we know, because we see now the images of the Hobby Lobby and some other things that later can be used to impeach someone's testimony that, hey, we didn't know each other, or we just got to know each other just recently. And so it's not uncommon at all to see that surveillance goes on for some time. Think about the Long Island serial killer and Rex Heuermann and the amount of surveillance that went on for nearly a year, Vinny. I think this is pretty standard, especially when you're focusing in on suspects that you hope might leave some digital forensic evidence or other pieces of evidence that you can use in the investigation.
Yeah, I think the other picture it paints for this jury is, these two are together, and they're, and that's, you just got to keep this link together, right? That the two are the same. One isn't necessarily leading the other. They're in it together. The other thing was the surveillance at the moment, right, where they're digging up his backyard. Now, he's not under arrest for anything, but they're digging up the yard, and it seemed from the way he was speaking with everyone, he knew that he wasn't going to be released. He knew he wasn't getting out, right? He's telling his family all the information in the world because he knows what's in his backyard.
Boy, you're not a kidding. And again, it gives us insight into what law enforcement has to worry about. Not only are they keeping surveillance on him because they don't want him to jackrabbit and not be able to grab him, but also you got to do it from a safety standpoint. When you're doing a search warrant like that, you got to protect the assets and the people that you've got there. You got to protect the crime scene. And most importantly, you got to maintain control of the people involved, and in this case, a suspect that they clearly were focusing on. But I'm like you, the moment he's in the car telling his daughter his bank account passwords, and he's saying you're in charge, and our other attorney's going to be calling and reaching out, it gives you this really strong indication, because it's not the things that are being said as much as what's not being said in that conversation. And what's not being said is, hey, I know what's being dug up in my backyard, and I don't think I'm getting out of jail right away.
And the other part that has become it was clear after the last trial, but even more clear now, is this is all happening in very small communities, right? Stories like this don't happen every day in Fremont County, population 13,000, for goodness sake. It's tiny. Yet law enforcement here was on top of it, making the right calls, coordinating everything. This could have been a very difficult case, very difficult, but because of, they seem to be on top of every movement as it was happening here.
It makes me think back to when we were running the task force looking at all the cold case homicides in Utah. I remember sitting down with a Chicago cop one day and saying, I love the experience you have of all of the homicides that you look at and the ability you have to look at tons of different criminal cases. And his response to me was, I wish I was in a community like yours where I could actually work a criminal case. And so, yeah, we got to take into account these cops are professional. They're as professional as anywhere else on the globe. Sometimes they make inexperienced mistakes, but they have time to really work a case. And thankfully, this PD brought in the state and the county and the feds to help them and backfill where they had incapacities.
Yeah, and to agree to communicate and you know, when they work together, it's a better case. I just remember the 70s, it was always like when the feds come in, the local cops get all mad, they don't get big-footed, but that did not happen here. All right, Mike King is going to join us a little bit later in the program. Thanks, Mike.
The topic around the Hawaiian vacation keeps coming up. Why on earth this guy would go off and marry Lori Vallow 19 days after his wife died is beyond all of us. Can you imagine how frustrating this must have been for his children, for the neighbors who we've heard testify before, and frankly, to all of us in the true crime community who've been watching? But something important came out to me yesterday when Vinnie Politan asked me about the $144,000, but it had more to do with that bank account in Hawaii.
Mike King, the trips to Hawaii and tracking them down in Hawaii, the thing that always sticks with me is that they're supposed to be leading the 144,000. They're supposed to be part of this whole religious end of times group, cult, following, whatever you want to call it. And I thought I had heard him talk about Fremont County and that area being like the centerpiece for all of this to happen from his premonitions that he had. Yet he's down there and not on the upper 48, but he's down there in Hawaii by the pool.
I'm with you, Vinny. I thought that was supposed to be ground zero for the reclaiming of this world when everything and that apocalyptic moment became known. But, you know, the thing that today I was just shocked. You spoke about the 144,000. I was shocked when I saw that bank account today in Hawaii for $143,000-ish. And I wondered if that was the God that they were chasing.
Great point.
And finally, the biggest bombshell I've heard in quite a while is that Chad Daybell was probably trying to build an affair with other women before he met, and even during the time he met Lori Vallow. This information came out on Court TV last night, never been talked about before, and to me, it was a major bombshell. I look at these religious cult leaders, and I wonder if Chad Daybell was trying to build his own polygamous harem, much like Warren Jeffs and other closed society leaders. Let's listen in.
Well, was there ever any indication from your perspective when you knew Chad Daybell before all of this Hawaiian stuff happened that there was a woman in his life, another woman who had kind of seeped in there, that he was seeing this blonde hair, blue-eyed, woman that he met in Arizona?
Yes, but it wasn't a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. It was someone else.
Whoa.
So I did hear rumors about. Go ahead.
No, there was someone else. Please explain.
I can't give a lot of information. This came from another close friend between Chad and I, but it was clear that he was reaching out to more than one woman via text. I'm aware of one case where in one scenario, the husband became aware of this and got really upset and threatened him, said, just leave my wife alone, leave us alone, we're done with you, sort of thing. So I had heard about things like that from a distance before this, but I honestly didn't give them much credence. It was kind of surprising to me back then. So, but now, the cards are really stacking up. It's making a lot more sense to me.
Every time I see him in that dress shirt that's just a little too big, it's like a kid wearing his clothes to go to church on Sunday that, don't quite fit, that his brother handed down to him. But that's just me.
Well, I'd be interested in your comments on this one, folks, and I hope you'll put them down below. Hey, make sure that you're considering Profiling Evil on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. And if you like audio podcasts, check out Profiling Evil podcasts on your favorite podcast platform. And listen, for all of those of you who are thinking about going to CrimeCon,
Okay, he's just talking some more general stuff there. Now we've heard rumors about him. There's talk out there that he intimately assaulted Julie Rowe, and I've been saying all along that I think that Chad was probably using sex with the other women in the circle to try to what bind them to him more closely, make them more emotionally dependent and connected to him, and that's a common tactic in cults, for them to have all these relationships with all the different women in the groups, and so it just kind of backs up that theory, and okay, we've got this other non-blonde. How many others out there were, Julie or Lori was probably just the first one who really was receptive, that anyway, let's see. We've got more video. Let me pull up my little notes here. Oops, I need to open it up because the computer rebooted. So open. Okay. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay, I was watching Hidden True Crime, and they've got anybody who doesn't know, Dr. John on there is a forensic psychiatrist who deals with criminals and goes and testifies in court. And so he's a really good resource for looking at things, and had some interesting observations. Let me just queue up this video here. Okay, let's. Oops. Unfortunately, I had it saved to the timestamp, and so the first one is not queued up. I'll have to find that. Okay, let's look at this. Oh, an interesting thing. They hit 144,000 subscribers yesterday at the end of lunch break. And so they're rather amused by that because they hit a number that Chad Daybell aspired to and will never get. So here we go.
I would really urge people to listen closely to this blessing. Like, if you want to understand Chad Daybell and his beliefs, listen closely to this blessing, because this is someone who's a true believer. This is someone who, if especially the second half of this blessing where he's crying and he's getting so emotional, this is a guy who doesn't get emotional. I mean, part of it is that you can hear Lori in the background crying also. So I think you kind of have emotional contagion here a little bit, in the sense that he's also responding to Lori's crying and Lori's emotions. But Chad is not an emotional guy. Just look at him in trial. And yet here you have in this blessing that he's giving to Alex Cox, somebody who's really connected to this blessing and believes it. And this is Chad Daybell. This, if you want to really understand Chad Daybell, go back to this blessing and listen to it again and again, because for me at least, this is a true believer. It's hard to really see Chad Daybell otherwise after this. If you want to understand Chad Daybell's beliefs, his belief system, and his commitment to it, and the fact that he really believes this stuff, this is really compelling evidence that he does.
To someone that says if Chad Daybell really believes his belief system to SOT girls, why would he be lying now? That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he is. I don't think there's anything he's lied about. I think he believes his defense. I think he's saying it's Lori's fault. I had an affair with her. She's a sexual being. She and Alex, did this, and I was part of it, but I'm just this good guy, and it happened. I don't know if there's any.
One thing that just occurred to me here, it's the old blame the woman, Eve tempted me and I succumbed. It's all her fault. Let's blame the woman. So, okay, let me go back and turn it back on. But that just occurred to me, and that's so typical.
Complete deny, like, it's as weird as that is. Like, I think he's just like, yeah, this is Lori's fault.
We won't
And
know.
he believes this.
We won't know where he stands unless he takes. We don't know his current beliefs unless he takes the stand and offers some testimony. Which I hope he does, because I really want to get inside the guy's mind, but and see if he's changed. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, at least at this moment in time, on November 24th of 2019, which is after the murders, this is how Chad Daybell thinks. This is what. So if you're if a forensic psychologist would go back and look at before, during, and after the commission of the crimes to assess mental state, this would probably be the most compelling evidence that we would have in terms of assessing kind of his mental state and his belief system at the time. And he's a true believer at that time. Now, when you're on trial for your life, things can change. He may amend those beliefs, but I'm not, like you said, I'm not sure he has.
Right.
And I've talked about this before. One of our gems made the analogy with, and I haven't seen this movie in a long time, so you have to. So I'm not. That made the analogy with The Matrix, I guess, where is Neo. Have you seen this movie? It's been a long. I've seen it, but like years ago. Where Neo is, I guess Neo is the leader. Neo is a little hesitant to believe, but then people tell him that he's the prophet or whatever he is, and then he starts believing it, and that then leads to his ability to use these special powers he has. I think it's something like I've referred to Chad as the accidental cult leader, in the sense that he writes these books. He doesn't really intend to have, he wants to be important. He wants these books to matter, but he doesn't see these books having the ripple effects that they have. He doesn't see people perceiving these books to be scripture. He doesn't.
Kind of reminds me of L. Ron Hubbard and his science fiction writing, and out of that grew a religion. So you never know what's going to happen with authors. They start believing their own hype.
Anticipate that people are going to really perceive him to be a visionary and a prophet. And the more they do that, it's, I guess in that sense, it's like Neo, if I'm getting the name right. I don't, from the Matrix, that the more these people believe in him, the more he starts believing. So he's in a role. And the more,
Everybody's saying you're right, by the way. You can confidently say his name.
okay, so the more, that's good. I told the gem, it seemed like a great analogy. I said I need to watch it again, but the movie, but the more Neo was told about his powers, the more he's able to enact those powers. And I think you have something similar with Chad Daybell, or praise on him and believe in him, and Lori in particular. Lori is the one who probably heaps the most praise on it, praise towards him, and believes in him the most. Then it starts snowballing, and he begins to believe that he's a prophet and that he deserves to be in that role.
Switch to Chrome to protect yourself from malware, so you can surf without getting phished. Fast, safe, yours. There's no place like Chrome. Get Chrome for Windows.
Yeah. Just to believe that Chad truly believes it now has really helped me in some better light the past this week. So thank you for that. I liked a comment though that we received today where they after today in court, which was very bizarre. He said, I wonder what the jury's thinking, if they actually believe this, or they're like, what the actual F am I in some sort of experiment? You know, is this not really a jury, but am I in just some sort of experiment? Oh, did John freeze? Oh no, you were just
I was reading some of the comments. Someone said, Dr. John, it's good practice to rewatch Keanu Reeves movies just in general. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna have to go on a Keanu Reeves binge watching.
You can start with Speed.
Start with, well, I probably don't want to start with Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Start with Bill and Ted's, go to Speed, his two best films.
Yeah, maybe I might have to skip Bill and Ted's, and especially Bill and Ted's 2. I haven't seen that, but yeah, no, Speed was okay. Well, Speed was good. If I remember, Speed was pretty good. The Matrix is good. Point Break was an amazing movie for the 90s or 80s. I don't remember.
Let me
it's been so long, but
while they're talking about Keanu Reeves,
he's done some good movies. But let's get back to Chad Daybell.
Okay.
Well,
Anyway.
we could actually let you get back to. We'll let you get back to your household duties, and I'll get back to editing. As we just want to thank all of you. We have almost 3,000 people here for a surprise live tonight. Please, it truly does help.
Okay, I'm going to go back to I think it was around the 11-minute mark here, where they had some more interesting things to say about the Emma and Chad while he's being detained in the police car. Let's see.
So so there were a couple of bombshells in here that are you if you don't pay attention, I think you can maybe miss them. The audio is not great, but I think the most obvious one is, and this is keeping in mind that Chad is not under arrest. There's no charges. He's simply being detained in a police car, and he says, "I'm not coming back." So actually,
right.
Emma says earlier, "It sounds like you're not going to be out." And Chad basically says no. It's kind of hard to hear him, but he says no. Right. So this is no, this is no catch and release situation, and Chad understands that. But he reiterates that point later, and he says quite definitively, "I'm not coming back." And so I think what's interesting about that is in forensic psychology and in the law, there's something called mens rea, which is the basis of the entire criminal justice system. And mens rea means guilty mind or guilty conscience in some cases. And that's what they're looking for there. I think that's what the prosecution's trying to prove is when somebody says, I'm not coming back, and they're not under arrest, that's indicative probably of something like a guilty conscience. So I think that was one of the biggest reasons they played that footage. But there's a couple other bombshells in there, and again, if you're not, it's they don't necessarily stand out unless you're looking for them. But she talks about another one is she talks about the law enforcement searching the yard, and Emma asks about the home, and Chad says, and again, these are not the most obvious moments, but Chad says they won't find anything in the home.
Yeah,
right now,
I know.
Now you might think, okay, so what, right? But I mean, the obvious implication is, but they will find something in the yard, right? Like, in other words, he knows that there's something in the yard. They may not find something in the home, even if they take computers or whatever. It seems like maybe he took some precautions or cleaned hard drive. I don't know, whatever he did, but by contrast, they're not looking in the home. They're looking in the yard.
Right.
So he's essentially saying, well, they're not going to find anything in the home at least, but they will in the yard.
He knew.
So that was interesting. Again, mens rea. That would indicate that he knew where the bodies were and that he had knowledge of it beforehand, before his arrest. Something else that was interesting and again, this is something that's probably less verbally mentioned, less said, and something just more from the kind of overall tenor of this body cam footage. But just a couple of times Emma says, I love you so much. And there's this kind of this longing, obviously. I mean, I guess, okay, let me clarify this. I guess if a parent gets arrested, obviously there's going to be a certain amount of uncertainty and pain associated with that. And, some desire, I would imagine, to connect to that parent, depending on the circumstances and depending on the relationship. There's probably cases where a parent's arrested and the child is like, thank goodness. Right. So, but here you have kind of this unwavering devotion, what I would call this pure devotion, and this sense that she'll do anything for her father. So like there's almost this urgency about, how can I take care of you, Dad? And I think that's important because it really speaks to this. It speaks to something that we're apparently going to see coming up in this trial, which is when the kids testify. When they testify, that you have this unwavering obedience and devotion in some sense, and you see it, the way she talks to him, the way she takes orders from him, right? And so you have a situation here where it's not hard to see why these children would do anything for their father, even if it means not completely being honest about what happened with their mother. In other words, when the issue of Tammy's health problems comes up, apparently we're anticipating that the children are going to say she had a lot of health problems and she didn't go to doctors. But that was Chad's narrative. And so you can see here in this body cam footage why the children will adopt whatever narrative Chad puts forth. Because you see that obedience here, and you see that clinging to her father and the willingness to help him no matter what. And so I think that would go along with beliefs as well. Not just assisting or supporting her father when he's arrested or when he's in jail, but also helping him any way they can, even if it means stretching the truth a little bit. So I think that was another interesting.
Sure feels good when you get it right. And with Philips Sonicare technology, it's easy to always get brushing right. Phillips.
Interesting part of the body cam footage. There's another moment where Emma's talking about that the police, she says they found human remains.
Oh,
She
yeah.
kind of is prodding her father a little bit about, did you know this? And he's not responding. And then she
Well,
says, I can
go ahead.
see, she says, I can see in your face surprise. But he doesn't respond. Like, the most interesting part of this is what he's not saying.
Correct.
He's not saying, oh yeah, I was so surprised, right? He's not saying anything. So again, that would indicate, that goes along with, well, they won't find anything in the house, but of course they're going to find, bodies in the yard. I mean, it's the same issue that it shows that there isn't surprise. It shows that he has knowledge that the bodies are there when he shouldn't. Right? He should
I have questions. I have questions about that moment. Go ahead. He should have.
And then the probably one of the most interesting moments of the entire video to me was when she brings up that she's been talking to Lori, and Emma says, was she, meaning Lori, was she surprised? So again, Emma's sort of testing the waters here about who's surprised. And Chad says, she seemed bothered or disturbed. The quote is, quote, she seemed bothered or disturbed. Notice how he doesn't seem, he doesn't say she seemed surprised. And he doesn't say that he was surprised. So he's clearly stating pretty unequivocally that neither himself nor Lori were surprised by these bodies, which obviously indicates that they had knowledge they were there, and by implication that they participated in the murders. By knowing the bodies were in the yard, they had knowledge of the murders and participated in the murders. So I think it's not a very long video, but there's so much in there that really, it goes a long way towards making the case for the prosecution. Now I don't know if the jury is going to see it the way I see it, or if they're going to interpret the way I'm interpreting it. But I think this line about I'm not coming back is unmistakably, damning for Chad Daybell.
Yeah, a lot of what he's saying here is exactly things that I was saying yesterday. If he thought that if he was genuinely innocent and had no knowledge about the bodies out in the pet cemetery, he would not be talking that way and making the financial, there's $9,000 in so and so's closet or desk, and this is where you need to go to get the mortgage paid, and this is, the password for that account is the same as the one that you already have for that other thing, and so forth. He is not merely talking like he's going down to the police station for questioning and everything will be cleared up and I'll be home in a few hours. He's talking about being gone for an extended period of time, if not permanently. So one thing that she mentions, you raised us right. We're not like Colby. And so, taking a dig at Lori's one remaining child. And that just seemed like a really strange thing to say. And I think that Colby's kind of lucky that he's still alive. And if this hadn't been picked up when they needed some more insurance money, because Chad can't make a living off of selling his books, and Tammy's not around to support him now. And Lori doesn't have a rich husband to live off of now. So, you know, they're going to need some more money. Oh, well, let's get a big life insurance policy on Colby. And suddenly he's a dark spirit and he needs to die. So, you know, he I don't know if he knows how lucky he is, but let's see what else they have to say here.
The other stuff, I don't know. I'm throwing it out there because it was of interest to me that there's multiple places in here where mens rea, guilty conscience applies, and there's clearly evidence in here that he knew where the bodies were, and the nonverbal at the end where he turns around. The prosecution makes a point of saying,
Correct.
Why would he turn around? He shouldn't know. If he doesn't know there's any bodies in the yard or he has no awareness of it, what's he looking at? He's looking exactly where Tylee was, where her body was recovered. Right. And he has that curiosity. And again, you have that moment where he shouldn't have any, if indeed he was framed by Lori and Alex or whatever the defense is going to be, he should be completely surprised, and he should have no knowledge whatsoever of where the bodies were. He should not even know that the bodies are on his property.
As Anna says, it appears no one was surprised.
Yeah. Right. Right.
And as E writes, it says, if you found bodies in my yard and I was in the back of a police car, I would be freaking the hell out. Yes, I agree. That was the most interesting part to me. Was I actually thought it was interesting how Emma asked her dad. She says it, and then she said that I said to the police, officers, no, it's an animal cemetery, and they said, well, I know what bodies are. Sorry, Emma, these are human remains, and then. Yeah. And then she just kind of moves on. Well, he does too. And he kind of switches the subject back to finances. Like, I was wondering, my question for you, and I actually posed this in my lunch live, was that sort of like a denial thing with Emma? I mean, if that was my dad in the back of the police car, I'd be like, there are bodies in our backyard. Who put them there? How did they get there? Whose are they? I would be freaking out, even if, my father wasn't. Or is this just a lack of is it a lack of curiosity, or does she not want to know?
Denial. She doesn't want to know. These are kids that went through the whole Lori Vallow Daybell trial.
And right after this happened, Emma moves into the family house. She and her husband move over from their house into the main house. So she's not the least bit bothered by the fact that dead bodies are popping up in the garden, and it's just like, I think that most people would, really be looking at their father going, do I really know this guy? So let's listen a little more here.
Saw all the evidence, or maybe they didn't. I'm sure maybe they didn't see the evidence. They went through that trial and did not see the evidence, and they still believe that their father's innocent. So it's denial. But getting back to this line about, was Lori surprised? And she said she seemed bothered or disturbed. What's interesting about that is they're bothered. Chad and Lori are bothered and disturbed by the fact that they were caught. Right? The being bothered and disturbed is not bothered and disturbed by the fact that there's bodies in the yard. They already know that. They're bothered and disturbed that somehow the prophet was caught, and somehow the guy who can see the future was caught, and the guy that's professing to have all these visions of the future and all these special powers, that he was caught. So I think he's saying that, by the way, for Lori and Chad both. So that speaks to your issue about denial. I think, yeah, there's a huge amount of denial here.
Well, we have Lori Vallow's family member right here. This is third verse. This is Lori Vallow's first cousin, Megan, here in chat. And that's exactly what she pulled from it. She was annoyed her sins were being discovered.
Yeah.
She was annoyed they were caught. Exactly.
Right. Exactly. And so it's
Exactly,
not,
Megan.
they weren't disturbed that there were bodies in their backyard as the previous post you just put up would indicate. Yeah. If somebody found human remains in our backyard, I'd be like, what happened? What? Right? Like,
correct.
But not them. Yeah, no surprises in their world, apparently, when bodies are in their backyard.
Crispy treat. These people seem like they're on mass doses of Xanax when this is happening.
Yeah, Xanax and probably some other, yeah. Some some LSD and hallucinogenic drugs for sure. Who knows? I don't know what they're taking.
It was the other thing. Can we talk about also? Yay for all of our new members, by the way. Thank you, everyone. I've been starring some questions and comments. Collier saw what you saw when he looked back at that fire pit in the cop car. Third verse also says where he said, "We're not Colby." Did you catch that, or did you miss that? I didn't point that out to you.
No, the audio wasn't great. I went through it a couple times, but I missed that. What?
Oh, I caught it in court. So here's what happens. I'll tell you the exact quote. It was one of the quotes I put on Twitter. So they're talking about finances, and she's saying, "Don't worry, Dad, you raised us," which I also think is a little bit of a jab to Tammy. "Don't worry, Dad, you raised us. We're independent." And then she jokes, "Haha, with your wallet." And then she says, "We're not Colby."
Yeah.
Quite the jab. And it's interesting because during this time, Colby really wasn't hearing from his mom a lot. I think he heard from her in November, we learned, but he wasn't really hearing from her. And so who knows what Chad and Lori were saying to them about him. But she said, "Don't worry, we're independent. We're not Colby."
Yeah, it's fortunate they.
One thought that I have here is, in the unlikely possibility that Chad got off, it doesn't seem like Emma and maybe some of the others would be so far off of being his second incarnation of his cult. That's pretty disturbing, and I don't think he's going to get off, but they seem to be buying it completely. So, and the lawyer was prepping them in advance of the trial, saying, "You're going to hear a lot of this, and this isn't true, and this is what you need to say," and coaching them and so forth. So let's listen a little more.
Colby was not a teenager or younger, right? He would have been at risk.
Yeah. This is a question from Davis. Dr. John, what are your thoughts on the loyalty that children have for parents, even in situations that are bad? Because we also know that they're going to testify for their dad.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. It depends on the family culture. I think some family cultures are more they're more shut down. They're closed systems, what we call closed family systems, where information doesn't really get in and out of the family culture or the family system. And I think those families tend to have the blinders on much more, and they're more apt to have this kind of unwavering loyalty or devotion. And we talked a lot about the idea of enmeshment, and a lot of times families that are very shut down or closed will be enmeshed, meaning that all of their identities sort of fuse into one another. They're not allowed to be independent. they're expected to kind of toe the family party line, no matter what that is. So I think you have a lot of those elements here, that this is a family that's not particularly open to the outside world. And so they're going to adopt the same beliefs. They're going to perpetuate those beliefs. They're not going to deviate from those beliefs. And that's how you end up in a situation where they're not looking at evidence. They're just looking at what their father tells them. So if their father tells them that Tammy was sick, even if there's not evidence to support that, they're going to take the stand apparently and say that. I mean, we'll see what they say. But I think part of this could be, at least a little part of this video could have to do with that issue. It could be setting this up to really question Emma and her credibility when she takes the stand and she says, my mom was so sick. We all worried she was going to pass away. I mean, never mind the fact that Chad had prophecies or visions of Tammy dying for years. For decades before, he always thought that she would die, and she didn't. So yeah, this will be interesting. I wonder if, in watching this, I wondered if part of this was maybe the prosecution's attempt to start setting the stage for that later testimony. Because I mean, when you put kids on the stand, they're going to have a certain amount of emotional pull and credibility, and it's going to be, compelling testimony, I think, for them to say their mother was sick. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
We've already talked about this. I asked this question, but to take a little bit further, Snow White is again asking why Emma wasn't freaking out that the human remains were found in her dad's yard. Why didn't she ask him whose bodies were on the ground? And that's what I noticed too, that she didn't even ask. She didn't even ask. And then did Emma not, but her specific question is, did Emma know but not want to be lied to from her dad? Or
well, let's follow up. So we know that later their father told them that it was animal remains.
Or pioneer children at one point.
Yeah. I think the short answer is that she's going to believe her father. She wants to believe her father's innocent. She's clearly not going to see the evidence or see what's in front of her, nor does she want to know it.
Mm-hmm.
So she's already developed biases about, and yeah, she's not asking follow-up questions, because I think my guess is I'm quite sure that her father had told her earlier at some point that they're not human remains, and that's what he said in jail. That's what he told them in jail. So I think that they were, that's what she probably believed prior to that conversation when he was, in the police car.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to everyone gifting memberships, and for Chrissy and everybody tonight. Somebody is saying this is true. Heather Daybell did say that Chad kept his wife and kids fairly isolated. That was a question for you. Do you feel like this kind of shows that a little bit? It was interesting to see their dynamic. To me, I thought it was a bit of a unique dynamic. People are talking about that. Someone said they shared an awkward laugh. Mallow is saying Emma and Chad's way of communicating is beyond bizarre. Someone else is asking you to compare and contrast Chad and Emma's microculture to Heather.
It goes with my answer to the previous question about a closed family system. It's exactly the same dynamic I just talked about. Yeah, he isolated them because that's his way of keeping information from coming in and out of the family culture.
Okay.
And by doing that, he's able to instill or indoctrinate them with certain beliefs, or like his beliefs in particular. So when they later say that all his books were scripture and they believe that, it's because he set them up to believe that.
Yes. That's, someone actually said that. Do I have it starred? No, it looks like someone actually put that. I thought I had starred it, but they said that they believed that Chad had already prepared Emma for this moment,
right,
in many ways.
I
Sorry
agree.
to the person that wrote that with the red flags. I even posted it for a bit, but it was a great comment. Yeah. She turned on Lori.
A brave sun goddess discovers the magic of Rio Radiance SPF that gets her.
She wrote on a old Reddit post that Lori was a family friend that had helped her heal. And she clearly was talking to Lori at this time and asking how Lori was. She clearly turned on Lori when she went on national television to say Lori framed their dad.
Yeah. Well, she had to.
In order to keep her narrative.
In order
her
to
dad.
maintain her narrative of her father's innocence. And obviously her father is promoting that perspective. So again, like in these types of closed families, there's a lot of value placed on loyalty, and challenges to that loyalty are often seen as threats. The children can be ostracized if they question or challenge parents too much in a closed family system. So in some sense, it becomes a matter of survival, especially when children are younger. If younger children start questioning the family belief system, then there's a threat. They could get ostracized. They could, at least emotionally get kicked out of the family, probably not physically, but maybe in some cases. I mean, you certainly have families where you have runaways. So, yeah.
Miracle Mom is saying that it's her dad, it's her mom. Well, it's her new stepmom. You can't know what's going on for her. It's true. It's true.
Okay, that seems like a good stopping point. We should be going back any minute to the Chad trial. I checked the docket for Jim Brenner, and he's scheduled for, let's see, let's take a look. Where is that? Here, let's look at this. We've got, it says on the 15th, originally it was scheduled the 13th, 14th, and 15th. And they're saying preliminary hearing, preliminary hearing on the 16th, preliminary hearing. So it looks like they changed the dates. Either that or I misremembered. But the thing is, are they really going to have a preliminary hearing where they present all the evidence to show that they've got cause to go to trial when he's already taking a plea? So I have serious doubts that's going to be taking place, but I will keep on top of that. Of course, some of this may be, let's see, the state felony. Let's see. Let's take a quick look. Okay, this one's the aggravated assault, so that may still be on. That would be the assault for which he should have been in jail at the time of Dylan's murder. And the next one is possession of firearms. Okay, that's still valid. And the third one, let's see. And the third one is the aggravated murder and desecration of the corpse. I have serious doubts whether this is going to be going on, but I will continue to check on and see if that changes. So, oops. let's see. Somehow I'm not sure what happened there, but let's get this up. Okay, little story while we're waiting. Was having some back pain, having a hard time falling asleep last night, and so a little minor crime. Back first week of high school, we were taking one of the family cars to one of my siblings who I think was practicing the organ. And then we were going to come back in the other car. And so I was driving the little car, the subcompact, and Mom was driving the 69 Plymouth station wagon. And those things are built like a tank. And we lived just off of this, I'm not sure if it's 6 or 3 lanes or 4 lanes on each side. Not unusual to have traffic at 50 miles an hour. Maybe it should only be 40. Yeah, I think it was 50 at the time. But you'd often get it higher than that. And it was rush hour. And all week they had been having this construction project going on, building a new condominium. And they had been blocking off this lane of traffic on the right because of all the debris for the construction project. And we got to the first stoplight, and I look at Mom in the rearview mirror. I'm going, I wonder what would happen if Mom rear-ended me. And so then the light changes, and we go a little bit further, and we get to the construction zone. And there's no barricade today. And so I start to slow down because I see this slow moving car in the lane of traffic. And so as I get closer, I see there's no driver in this slow moving car. And so so I stomp on the brakes, and because of the construction, there's all this dirt and gravel and so forth on the road, and I kick up a huge dust cloud storm. And Mom slows down a bit, goes into the dust cloud, hits me, forces me off the road. I have to stomp on the brakes to avoid hitting some piece of concrete to do with the construction project. And so we get out of the car, and while we're waiting, a drunk comes along and clips the tail end of Mom's car. And so then the construction people come and they build a barricade and they move the car. Well, that's tampering with a crime scene because they parked illegally in the lane of traffic. This is not remotely up, on the side of the road. So I've had issues with episodic back pain ever since because of being rear-ended. So I'd tease Mom and say, child abuse at 50 miles an hour, though she probably is going a little slower by that time. Maybe it was 45 or 40. But anyway, looks like they are still taking their sweet time on turning the cameras back on. Karen, I am always fascinated by how normal people's brain can go so far over the edge and justify all of this. Yeah, that's one thing that I thought was so fascinating about the discussion, because he's going into the aspects of it seems so strange to us that the kids could support their father who is accused of killing their mother, but they've got him brainwashed into they've got it wrong. And I can understand that, but after hearing the trial for Lori, you know, I would think that they would have to be having doubts, and I think Garth was having doubts at the end of Lori's, because he said a few things which kind of made me think that, you know, he wasn't quite so sure that his dad wasn't involved in all of this. But oh, let's see. I guess the one thing to get them to come back is to find another clip to play. Let's see. Here we go. I just had to threaten it and they come back.
Yeah, let's go ahead and bring that up quickly as call it a motion in limine. Hold on just a moment. I'll log on and go on the record. Okay. On the record on CR 22211623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell, there is an issue that may come up in cross. Let me first ask Mr. Wood, do you believe you'll be done with direct in order to get to cross this afternoon with your witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I do think that's appropriate suggestion. First of all, the jurors are not present. The court will hear a motion in limine briefly on an issue that may relate to cross-examination. I will ask that if Detective Considius, if you could step down for a moment and step out, we'll argue this motion as it relates to an evidentiary issue and then have you return in the jurors once we've made a ruling on that. All right, we're gonna hear an evidentiary issue on a motion from the defense, I believe, as it relates to purchase of firearms. Mr. Pryor.
One of the concerns, Judge, is that this officer testified that he had appeared that his Mr. Cox's searches for firearms started in 2019. Now, I have other evidence that's already been admitted for as far as exhibits under previously admitted 34. I'm going to ask that the rest of 34, I believe that's H through J, be admitted as well, and it was by G by stipulation of the parties that was previously stipulated to being admitted. But the difficulty is that if I start inquiring of the officer about Alex Cox's ability to purchase firearms, and that may have been a reason why he hasn't been so rigorous in having those, and whether he could possess those, Judge, there's a chance that Alex Cox's felony conviction for the 2007 crime could come into play. And I just want some guidance from the court. I wouldn't characterize this a motion in limine. I don't want to get sideways with the court's ruling, and this is going to be walking a tightrope here, and my instincts tell me that there's a likelihood that could come out, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. What's the response to the state? And the court will note I previously entered a ruling that the 2007 apparently felony case or conviction involving Alex Cox and Joe Ryan was irrelevant in this case. Hence the concern of the defense if it comes out that there was a felony conviction that may have prevented lawful purchase of firearms. I don't have that information before me, but if it's an appropriate area of cross, it may come in. So how does the state respond?
Your Honor, the state still sees the situation the exact same. The The 2007 event is still very attenuated by time, understanding that there was a withheld judgment, and as such, Mr. Cox was able to legally purchase firearms. And so I don't know how that would affect anything related to this case. If he was able to legally purchase the firearms, and honestly, even if he wasn't able to, I don't know that that would make a difference when it comes to bringing in a 2007 event. Again, the state's understanding is he was able to legally purchase those firearms. And so we believe that the standing or the ruling from the court before under Rule 401 and 403 should stand. It's too attenuated by time to be relevant to this case.
Judge, in response, I guess my concern is it's not necessarily openly pursuing that because you already told me I can't. My concern is that if I ask this witness, is there anything that was preventing Alex Cox from purchasing firearms prior to 2019? If this officer testifies, and I guess if someone wants to let him know and say, no, I don't know anything about it, I guess that solves the problem. But at this point, I don't know what the officer's going to say. If he says, I don't know, I guess the inquiry's over, isn't it?
Well, it may be. And so on the issue, first I'll note under the State versus Ochoa case 169 Idaho 903, the court has broad discretion to admit or exclude evidence, and I have to consider under 401 and 403 what's relevant in a balancing test. I've done that previously as it relates to just sua sponte bringing up this 2007 conviction. I would note, however, though, that if there is a proper line of inquiry on cross that goes back to that time frame, then there may well be a relevance if part of the state's allegation was that the time frame of firearm purchases started at a certain time. I don't have any idea what this witness, Detective Considas, may or may not know about Alex Cox's previous criminal history, whether there was a felony conviction, a withheld judgment, when that would have occurred, when he may or may not have been prohibited from purchasing firearms, but it could well be relevant to the issue at hand. What I would rule here is a narrowing instruction that if the matter comes up and you want to inquire, Mr. Pryor, you can just ask in general terms if you're aware if Alex Cox did have a felony conviction that prevented him from purchasing firearms, but not go into the details about who the victim was or what the conviction would have been. And if he knows a history of whether the felony resulted in a withheld judgment or whether Alex Cox had any sort of lawful prohibition against purchasing firearms. So as far as keeping it general, if it goes there and he knows, I would permit that. Otherwise, if he doesn't know, then again, the topic I've already ruled would not be relevant for trial. So that's how we'll proceed, with just a limiting instruction that you could inquire, but not in detail about who the victim may have been.
And Judge, I just want to make it clear that I'm permitted then to ask this officer whether or not he's familiar, if at any time there was anything preventing Alex Cox prior to 2019 from purchasing firearms, or was there any felony conviction? Is that where the court will allow me to go?
I would permit that. I think that may
Thank
be
you,
a
Judge.
relevant line of inquiry. So that'll be the court's ruling on the matter. I will deem that to be a motion in limine ruling. With that concluded, then we can have the detective return to the courtroom and the jurors brought in, please.
No, it's fine.
All rise. The jury is present and account.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. We have concluded the lunch recess. Detective Considis is on the stand, continuing in direct examination. I'll remind the detective he's still under oath. Also, for those in attendance today, the courtroom conduct order remains in effect through the afternoon. We'll continue at this time then with additional direct examination. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions for this witness at this time.
Okay, then Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask if that was on the record, and if it is, I'm going to move to strike it.
I didn't hear what was said. I apologize.
Judge, I had
It's on
comment.
sidebar.
If you could just bear with me, Detective, I apologize for.
And Mr. Pryor, make sure your mic's turned on.
I think that verifies it. So Detective, I'm going to bounce around a little bit. Do you mind?
No.
Okay. By all indications of what you've testified today, it appears that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow had a very close relationship. Is that fair?
Yes,
Okay. They shared multiple accounts, and by your count, how many accounts did they share together?
I believe it was just that one Barclays credit card account.
Oh, I was under the impression there were a couple of bank accounts that they shared together in addition to credit cards. Is that right? Do you need to refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
By whatever it takes. You have your book up there? Mr. Wood has it. No, I can't.
We'll have the bailiff deliver those exhibits to the witness, please.
Take whatever time you need, officer, as well, okay?
Thank you. I believe I can recollect that there's only the one account, the Barclays credit card, that she was on Alex's account.
And was Alex on any of her accounts?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I may have misunderstood your testimony then. Now, You went over a timeline and I think it was 3:03 was the timeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
If I could.
And please indicate what you're publishing there, Mr. Pryor.
I think it's 3:03, Judge. The exhibit, Mr. Wood.
All right, exhibit 303, that's being published.
Try to get that where we are here. Okay. So I'm looking at 3:03. And it talks about Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow met in 2018. Correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then there was a flight to Mesa, Arizona on 1/6 of 2019. You see
Correct.
that? Was that a business trip for Mr. Daybell? Do you know?
I don't.
Do you know whether or not he was appearing at a podcast on that day?
I have no information of that.
Okay. And then we go to 3/19/2019. Are you aware that Mr. Daybell may have been on a business trip that day?
I was unaware.
Okay. Were you aware of what Mr. Daybell's occupation is?
He owned a Spring Creek Books
Okay.
book
Published
company.
books, right?
Books, sells books,
Right.
did some podcasting, and he also spoke at some events.
Right.
Yeah.
So he would travel on occasion, and you saw a history of that as well, that he would travel and go to various locations for various reasons, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't know what the purpose of that is. What we know is that he met Lori Vallow in October of 2018, and that he traveled for a couple of trips. Okay. And then on the same timeline, you put Charles Vallow's death back on July 11th of 2019. Mr. Daybell traveling twice, what does that have to do with Charles Vallow's death?
Doesn't have anything to do with Charles Vallow's death.
So why'd you put it on this timeline?
To show it from January of 2019 across the entire year.
Or was it just to get a reaction from the jury so that they would say, oh my goodness, he's traveling and he must be going to see someone, even though you don't even know what he was going for, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. Counsel, apparently we need a brief sidebar quickly, sorry.
All rise. If the court's getting session.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on CR 22211623. We took a sidebar. There had been a concern about potentially some unauthorized recording of the proceedings. The court would remind all of those in attendance that according to the court's courtroom conduct order, no unauthorized recording of any type, audio or video, is permitted. And if you have a device doing that, you may not only be required to leave the courtroom, you could be held in contempt by the court. So I will remind those in attendance here of that. We didn't confirm anything. That was the reason for the delay, is to address that concern. I do want the jurors to know it was only a concern about a potential recording of audio, and also that the delay was not in any way caused by anything done by counsel, the state or the defense here. It was simply us trying to maintain the court's order of the courtroom without unauthorized recording taking place, which again, we have not even confirmed occurred. That was the purpose of the delay. So I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Pryor. If you'd like to get on with your cross-examination at this point, then you may continue.
And could I inquire the last question, just so I know where I was?
There was a question actually with a sustained objection that was argumentative. And so I think if you just want to start over on a new
Okay.
question, you were talking about the 2019 timeline.
So if I understand on the timeline of 2019, the purpose is to show contact between Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
Well, it shows that Lori is paying for Chad's flights, so there is some contact there.
Okay. Okay. And we don't know what those flights are for, right?
No,
And how many flights are you claiming he paid, or that she paid for him?
on this page here or in total?
Total?
I'd have to review the whole document to see it.
Go ahead. If you need to do that, refresh your recollection, go ahead.
Can I use my exhibit here? 'Cause it's-
Absolutely,
okay.
please.
Appears to be just 2 flights.
And those would be on the 2019 of January and March of 2019, correct?
Yes.
That really has nothing to do with the death of Charles Vallow, does it?
No.
Okay. What it has to do is apparently one of them's buying flights for the other, right?
Yes.
And it's not really suggesting anything else other than that, right?
No.
Okay. Okay. Did you happen to know the facts surrounding Charles Vallow's death?
I don't know all the facts, but I'm aware of some of them.
And you're also aware that Chad Daybell hasn't been criminally implicated in being charged with any of the matters relating to Charles Vallow, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So when we're looking at when they met, and at the top where you said Charles Vallow's death, all due respect, officers, this seems to be implying that in some way buying 2 tickets, Lori Vallow buying Chad Daybell 2 tickets somehow implicates him in that. That's not what you're suggesting, is it?
No.
Okay. Now you mentioned, and Judge, could I have Exhibit 34? And I'm going to move for admission of G through, I think it's J. the ones that have not been admitted as of yet. I think A through F have been admitted. The remainder on that drive, I'm asking to be admitted by stipulation of the parties, Judge.
All right, are you gonna, it's on a thumb drive, Mr. Pryor.
Yeah, if I could have the thumb drive, Judge, I can take the exhibit, plug it in, and then discuss what I need to discuss with the officer.
Okay, you can go ahead and plug that in. Before we publish anything, we need to go through whether or not these additional exhibits are admitted or not.
They've been stipulated, Judge, as admission,
Okay,
the state and myself.
so G through J, the state does not object to them being admitted. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. Without seeing it on the screen, I'm not exactly sure what this exhibit is though at the
All right.
moment.
If you'll just speak up, if you see something you believe was not admitted by stipulation, I'll rule at this point exhibit 34 remaining documents G through J are admitted. And Mr. Pryor, perhaps you could make a proffer of what each one is before you publish it, just so the state's aware.
Okay, and Judge, just so the all the parties understand, those are just emails by Alex Cox, or excuse me, emails. Those are searches by Alex Cox in relation to firearms during a pertinent period. And that's what those were. And Judge, they are part and parcel of the mass stipulation regarding all of the contents of, I think it's Homer J. Maximus on exhibit number 34, which by agreement of the prosecution, the state, all of the contents of the Homer J. Maximus account are stipulated to be admissible.
Okay,
May I proceed, Your Honor?
you may.
So, officer, we're going to switch again. You testified about the records as they relate to Alex Cox and the period of time when there were some interest in firearms, correct? Correct. And what I heard your testimony, at least the way I took it, is that you're suggesting that that's the only time that Alex Cox ever looked at firearms.
Objection misstates the testimony.
I'll rephrase.
Go ahead.
Are you suggesting that that was the only time that Alex Cox ever looked at firearms?
No,
Okay, so the purpose of identifying firearms during that specific period was just to show that on his purchases, he seemed to buy a lot of firearms at that time.
in that short amount of time, correct.
Okay. Were you aware that he had looked at firearms on other occasions?
No,
Are you aware of anything that would prevent Alex Cox from purchasing firearms?
no,
Were you aware in anything in previous life as it related to Alex Cox, a felony conviction that would prevent Alex Cox from purchasing firearms?
I understand that there was an arrest, but it did not hamper or hinder his ability to obtain firearms.
Okay, and the nature of that arrest was what?
I believe it was a
Your
physical.
Honor, I'm going to object at this point. I think that pursuant to the court's earlier order, I don't think this can go any further.
Also,
Based on
Stan,
relevance.
it's calling for something that's I've considered irrelevant, but if you want to re-ask the question, Mr. Pryor, as it just relates to the type of charge or conviction.
So there was a felony conviction, or there was a felony conviction of Alex Cox in what year, sir?
Unknown year. I don't know what year it was.
In his previous history.
Yes,
Okay. And as a result of that, you're not aware of whether or not that was a restriction on his ability to purchase firearms. Is that right?
my understanding is that the arrest or the plea agreement or something to that effect didn't violate or hinder his ability to obtain firearms. That's my understanding of it.
Okay. So in other words, the disposition and after the disposition, when he was sentenced and it was resolved, your position is that it didn't inhibit him in any way to pursue or an interest in any kind of firearms.
It's my understanding.
And where did you gain that knowledge from?
I don't recall. It was, I don't recall specifically where I heard that.
Okay. Judge, I'm just waiting for this to queue up. There we are. So again, as part of your, and we may not have to go into this, but as part of your determination, all you were really looking at during that period was an interest in a purchase of firearms in that specific period, correct?
If we were looking for that specifically, but it did, having reviewed the documents for the year of 2019, in that short amount of time, there was some purchases being made.
Okay. But you didn't look back in any other periods, is that right?
No,
You didn't.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
We were just looking in a specific time frame for
Okay.
JJ and Tylee.
Okay. And you mentioned a shooting of Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
Yes,
And were you aware that the evidence as far as Tammy Daybell is that she was alleging that it was a paintball gun?
I'm aware of that.
Okay, so how is it that talking to this jury about all these purchases of firearms has anything to do with a paintball incident?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
You can answer it, sir.
Repeat the question, please.
How is all of the purchase of these firearms during that period have anything to do with Tammy Daybell having a paintball gun shot at her?
As far as the timeline was concerned, it doesn't, but
Okay.
it was on the timeline of events for the year.
Oh, okay. And you chose which events are on the timeline, right?
There were major events, if you will, for key dates.
Okay. And some of those major events were a paintball gun being shot at you, right?
Yes.
Okay. I at any time during the review of all of the bank records, did Chad and Lori ever have a joint account at any time?
I don't believe they did,
Okay,
even after they were married.
right. They never commingled their money, did they?
Not that we were, no.
Okay. Yet Alex and Lori did, right?
Yes, on that one account, yes.
Okay. Now you talked about Tylee's bank account and how you believe that it was used after what you feel is the date that Tylee had the last known proof of life, right? And
Which account was that?
well, it was the account where you talked about the Costa Vida, the 2 trips to Costa Vida.
That would be her BBVA account, yes.
Okay. Did you look into who were the participants in that Costa Vida?
Yeah, we attempted to. I went down in person and met with the managers of both stores. We obtained the receipts for them, and we were asking if they had any kind of video or anything that would show whether it was a take-in or a takeout or a dine-in.
Right.
And there was no video. Too much time had passed for any video feed to show exactly who used the card. But we know when that Tylee's phone was in the immediate area of the cell tower footage, or in the range of the cell towers next to the Costa Vida that would fall into that area. And based on when Chad and Lori were detained in Hawaii in possession of Tylee's phone, that led us to believe that it was not Tylee that made that purchase.
Okay.
Costa Vida.
And I appreciate that, but I'm grateful for you to point out that you took the liberty of looking at the GPS information for Tylee's phone. I appreciate that. Did you happen to look at the GPS information as it relates to Alex Cox on both of those days and whether he was at the Costa Vida?
I did not review those.
Would it surprise you that it was Alex Cox at the Costa Vida on both of those instances with Lori Vallow using that particular account? Would that surprise you?
Objection, facts not in evidence.
I just asked him if it surprised him, Judge.
Well, the way it's asked, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So you didn't look at Alex Cox's GPS records to determine whether Alex Cox was one of the people at Cosa Vida during that luncheon and the use of Tylee's card, right?
I just know that Tylee's phone was down in that
Okay.
area, and that's all I can testify to.
Okay. But you didn't go any further. You had access to the GPS records of those folks, right?
I did not. I would go and ask, and and then information would come back just to follow up on information. That's all. I didn't
Well,
review.
so as part of a law enforcement cooperative with all of these folks, you weren't sharing GPS information with the other agencies regarding Alex Cox's GPS information?
Not a forensic computer analysis.
Okay.
That's not my position at the police department, so
Well,
I didn't have physical custody of that.
Well, and I guess that's why I'm wondering how important this information is that the card was used, because you had the ability to check Alex Cox's phone to determine he was there, right?
The ability?
Yeah, you had the ability to inquire from one of the many agencies working on this thing as to determine who exactly was there, because you had everybody's phones, right?
Tylee's card was used and Tylee's phone was in in that immediate area. That's all the information I had.
So you're not looking to suggest by telling this jury that the card was used illegally, that it was people who were engaged in, you're not suggesting Mr. Daybell was there, are you?
That's unknown. I don't know.
Well, and that's what and thank you for saying that, because I'm trying to figure out what was the purpose of you telling this jury that the card was used unlawfully. Was it to shed light on somebody, or to just to maybe create a hunch that maybe Mr. Daybell was there when he wasn't?
Action argumentative.
Sustain.
The fact is, you didn't go the extra step to find the unknown as to who was using the card, did you?
I went the extra step and went down to see if there was video of somebody using the card, and just knowing that the record of Tylee's phone being used. There was no other record of Tylee being around. So that's followed up on.
And I think maybe we're not communicating very clearly. So maybe I need to make it a little clearer. I understand you're saying Tylee wasn't there to use that, but you didn't look into who was using it, did you?
Objection misstates the testimony. He testified that he did look into that.
Sustain.
Okay. You didn't use any additional GPS information to pin down exactly who was there using the phone, did you?
No.
Okay. Now, there's no information to suggest that Chad Daybell took any of the funds from the Social Security of Tylee or JJ, right?
Correct.
Okay. So those allegations have to do with Lori Vallow.
Yes.
So in regards to Chad Daybell, the issues of all that Social Security and then the money that was taken is just a reflection on Lori Vallow. It's not a reflection on Chad Daybell, is it?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude the cross. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to redirect, you may.
Just very briefly. Detective, just for clarity, was one of your assignments to review the finances of some of the individuals in this case?
Yes.
Were you responsible for GPS data?
No.
And Detective, you were asked about on your timeline the significance of Lori Vallow booking flights for Chad Daybell.
Yes.
Why was that significant to your investigation?
In the totality of the travel timeline, it shows when they meet and then Lori begins buying Chad's flights, and paying for Chad's flights, and then Lori traveling to Idaho quite a few times during that window.
So defense counsel asked you about whether or not Mr. Daybell was traveling for business purposes when Lori booked him those flights, correct?
Yes.
In all your review of the finances, are you aware of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell being in a business together?
No.
But were they in a relationship together?
I believe so, yes.
And counsel asked you about the social security funds that Lori Vallow received.
Yes.
Was she married to Chad Daybell when she received some of those funds?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And I don't believe that opens up any grounds for recross, so that will conclude the testimony then of Detective Considas. Is this witness going to be recalled, counsel?
Your Honor, he will be.
All right.
And he's under subpoena from my office as well, Judge.
All right, so Detective Considas, then this exclusionary rule still prohibits you from viewing any of the testimony or discussing in your testimony with others that testify in the trial between now and the time you're recalled. I mentioned that because this case is being live streamed, so please don't access or watch the case, and I'll be questioning you as to whether or not you followed this instruction before you return for testimony later, whenever that occurs. All right, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff, for clearing off the witness stand there. Is the state ready to call another witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who will that be?
The state would call Michael Douglas.
You happen to know what his title is?
A forensic accountant.
Okay.
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
And Your Honor, before I inquire, I do have courtesy copies for the court of his exhibits. And then this goes to the defense.
Okay, I'll have the bailiff submit those.
Sure.
All right, the witness has now been sworn. Let me just inquire before you begin testifying, based on the court's exclusionary rule. Have you watched any of this testimony that's occurred in the trial thus far?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about their testimony that they've provided in the case?
No, sir.
All right. With that affirmation then, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you. And before I do, can I just verify with the court that State's Exhibit 77 has been admitted?
Yes. Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Douglas, can you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Michael Douglas, Douglass.
What is your occupation?
I'm a forensic accountant,
And who do you work for?
the FBI or the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
How long have you worked for the FBI?
Nearly 7 years. I'm close enough.
And what work did you do before that?
I was a tax and fraud auditor for the State Tax Commission for 4 years.
Is there a title beyond forensic accountant that we should call you, or is Mr. Douglas okay?
Mr. Douglas is fine.
Okay. And tell me what a forensic accountant does.
In sum, we review electronic and financial data, create a financial analysis, provide this information to the investigative team, discuss this with the prosecutors, hold interviews with subjects and witnesses, and testify to our findings.
Right. And when you do a forensic accounting, do you just look at bank accounts, financial records? Do you take other, well, I'll just ask it like that. Do you only look at bank accounts and financial records?
No.
What else do you do?
Individual search history usually provides additional data where they may be banking at. So search history is one. Apps that they have on their phone would be another. So in some electronic data, as well as the financials, provide us additional information where to search records.
Right. And in terms of your investigation overall, do you look at an investigation as a whole when you're doing a forensic accounting to see how the finances might affect other events?
We do, yes.
How did you become involved in the case regarding Mr. Daybell?
My office had been involved with the investigation for a few months before I was inquired to be upon the investigation or in the investigation. I was told that there was a voluminous amount of financial records and requests that had gone out, and sought out to review that information.
And so tell us about some of the work you did. How did you get started? What did you do first?
A lot of the work had been done for me before I got on. The PD had sent out multiple search warrants and subpoenas for the financial records, some travel information. And then when I was brought on around March of 2020, a lot of the records were starting to come in, and started reviewing just as it trickled in, and built a large spreadsheet of whose account, whose transactions these were, what bank they were affiliated with. And it got to the tune of nearly 80 bank accounts and credit cards.
All right.
Statements.
And you said the PD. Can you tell the jury
Sorry.
what the PD is?
The Rexburg Police Department. Sorry.
And so you worked for the FBI, but you worked with the Rexburg Police Department at some level in this case.
I did.
All right. And I'm sorry, you said approximately 80 accounts were looked at.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that can I have the witness be handed State's Exhibit 111? Detective, is part of, well, I'll wait till you get that.
Thank you.
Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 111?
I am.
What does it purport to be?
This is a timeline that I created regarding Tylee's bank account records, including her JP Morgan Chase account and her BBVA, or as I also call it, her Compass account, and the transactions that took place monthly in each.
Is the full name of BBVA Compass?
It's a Southern bank, but yeah, BBVA Compass is the full.
And so As part of your as part of your investigation, did you do a review of Tylee's finances?
I did.
And what did that entail?
So with Tylee's, originally we had a much smaller, we had to send a supplemental request to get the full data. Tylee was a minor, so she had a bank account with her mother, Lori. And this included what will be noted as in blue as the JP Morgan Chase account, 3918 deposits. Tylee was receiving Social Security, as I'll discuss later, from the death of her father, Joe Ryan. And these deposits, that's what the blue indicates. The orange is indicative of the transactions that were taking place in this account. And then Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA Compass account ending 5794. The deposits that go into this, I'll explain later. These come from an account that Lori had with BBVA. And then the withdrawals will be noted in red of the transactions that took place starting in August and in March of 2020.
And so on State's Exhibit 111, is this a document you created?
Yes,
And is it, is the purpose of this document to demonstrate the level of transactions in these accounts over a given period of time?
it is.
And did you prepare this
I did.
based on those bank accounts you just discussed?
Correct.
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Is it your belief that this would aid the jury in understanding the level of transactions over time in Tylee Ryan's bank accounts?
Yes,
And is this a true and accurate copy of what you created?
this is. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 111 be admitted into evidence for demonstrative purposes.
For demonstrative purposes, there's no objection, Your Honor.
Very well. Exhibit 111 is admitted.
And may I publish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. And Mr. Douglas, you kind of described it earlier, but can you walk us through how you created this document?
So the original data I took from the bank statements that came in from the bank, put that into an Excel spreadsheet, and then basically separated that data out monthly to show deposits and withdrawals that took place within the accounts, and over time, the change in the accounts specifically to August and September.
All right, and this graph represents the number of transactions, correct?
Correct.
Not a dollar amount.
No.
So what did you learn in your investigation as you put this together?
So first, I would like to say Tylee was very responsible with her money. I never saw a negative balance in her account, but this includes the deposits that were coming into her account, specifically from the money she was receiving from Social Security. And then as noted in orange, these were the monthly transactions, basically what I'll refer to as brick and mortar, as well as her electronic. She had electronic payments for her Apple account, her T-Mobile, as well as her Jeep that I'll discuss later.
And so on that graph, on August of 2019 to September of 2019, it appears there's a change in the number of transactions. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And why was that important to you in your investigation?
So Tylee had her JP Morgan account, as did her mother, Lori, had multiple JP Morgan accounts. Tylee was making her payments on time and had no reason for the change in her financial status. As I'll describe later, Tylee's Social Security payments get transferred from her JP Morgan account to her mother's BBVA account, her mother being Lori. to which it stays that way, like it never transfers back. This information in August shows that Tylee opens a BVVA Compass account, but the money that goes into it is transferred to her from Lori. Again, she doesn't ever get the money directly. I will also note that we'll discuss later that she had a job working for her uncle, Jeff Shiflett, Dr. Shiflett at J&S Investments too.
Right, and does that account for some of the deposits?
Yes, earlier in the beginning of 2019.
And again, just to clarify, those numbers just represent transaction numbers, not dollar amounts.
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 112.
Judge, could we approach briefly?
Yes.
was a co-signer on, and they co-signed on this Jeep April 17th of 2019. And Tylee started making those payments June 3rd of 2019. And then as noted below, in July 11th of 2019, this is when Charles Vallow size.
Right, and Charles Vallow was Tylee's stepfather.
Correct.
And this is still the same timeline, correct?
This is the same timeline.
Can you tell us about the first couple of boxes?
So I was given this information that through Lori's iCloud account that July 18th of 2019, Lori had texted Chad that she would not be receiving life insurance money regarding the death of Charles Vallow, but she would be receiving $4,000 a month Social Security. July 24th of 19, this is the last Social Security payment deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, and in 3918.
Okay. It looks like on 8/12/19, this is kind of a different subject. What happened there?
So we found out that Lori had a life insurance policy in her name to the tune of $2 million. And there was a change made on this life insurance policy, making Colby Ryan, Tylee's older brother, the sole beneficiary or 100% beneficiary.
So she didn't include JJ or Tylee on that.
They weren't included, no.
All right. Your Honor, the court had asked us to stop at 2:20.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wood. We will take a mid-afternoon recess at this time. We'll continue on till 3:30 today. To the extent we can keep this break a little shorter, if possible, to get all the jurors accommodated, perhaps 20 minutes, and we could come back on at 2:30.
You want to sit through this?
All rise, please.
Okay, 20 minutes, they said. Let's see. Let me see. I think I had one more video here. Let's see. What was it? No, not there. Let me look again. I'm being bad. My friend Gordon, I've been tempting him with vintage cars. And he just Googled one that I found him that was $8,000. And all of the ones on the auction site are like 21,000 to 34,000. So I went, get it, get it, get it. So let's take a look. Oh, has anybody encountered the Practical Linguist? He's a small channel that I recently discovered from England. Practical Linguistics, actually. And he started doing Summer Wells' case recently. And I was asking him if he could do some of the Chad Daybell audio, like the patriarchal blessing, but he's working on analyzing Grandis right now. He's only got like he's less than 2,000 subs. Maybe see what he's got and watch him for a bit because he's really interesting, and I'd encourage anybody to subscribe. Oops, let's see. Okay. Let me see what was on my playlist. Come on. Okay, let's scroll down to the bottom. I need to go through and delete a bunch of stuff because we've watched some of them. Okay, this one we won't get to see it all, but it's it's from Hidden True Crime again with I'm not sure if it's just the video or if it's the color correction. Oh, let's see. Maybe we'll do somebody else. Oops. Some tabs started playing for no reason. Let's see. Oh, we've got one where he did recently of Katie Proudfoot. Let's go for Sebastian Rogers' stepdad here. Let's see.
For his work on semiotics. Semiotics is concerned with signs and their meanings. Their meanings are actually, in his terminology, known as signifieds. Anything at all can be a sign. It could be, for example, a knock on the door. It could be a green light. It could be a word. Let's take the word Houdini. All signs are imbued with meaning, and that meaning is tacitly agreed upon by the groups of people that use the signs. So knock knock has a meaning. It means, can I come in? A green light in the right place means go. What then does Houdini mean? As we know, Houdini was a man. Houdini was a man who made his living by escaping from handcuffs, chains, and famously, jail cells. If you're wondering why he's sitting there naked, it's because he was strip searched before he did the trick. And he used to do these tricks incidentally everywhere he went. He would go on tour with his show, and he would challenge the local jailer to lock him up. And he would reappear outside of the jail cell. He would escape. Do note that he wouldn't actually disappear. That's something he didn't do. The man famous for his disappearing act was
Just so people aren't getting lost, he's likening Chris Proudfoot to Houdini in a verbal sense. So that's just so you're not lost.
Howard Thurston, whose name does not really survive, despite the fact that he was a great contemporary of Houdini's. And some may argue that he was the far better magician, but his name didn't sound as catchy, I suppose, as Houdini. Houdini's not his real name. He borrowed the name from a French magician, Houdin, added an I to it to make it sound a little bit more catchy, Houdini. But Thurston didn't change his name, and I think, regrettably, he's forgotten because of it. Anyway, that's by the by. The point is that Houdini was an escape artist who escaped from Locked. Okay, let's have a listen to today's clip. It is another one given to Smiley Stories World by Christopher Proudfoot.
I mean, so here's something that's very unique. And I mean, we talk about it whenever they come and they talk to us or they call us on the phone. This is a case that literally has got all of these agencies stumped. Okay, and I'm saying this very openly as far as, playing devil's advocate. Let's say one of us was suspected of foul play. Let's say something, right?
Right.
There's no way that we would outdupe all these agencies. There's no way. However, this 15-year-old boy has managed to outdupe everybody. Call him Houdini. He always wanted to be a ninja, and we kept goofing around. Well, he has officially done it because poof, nothing. And it's, the cops have told us this is a case that will go down as a researched study case where they're asking the questions and looking for answers, and literally nothing. Everything they try to come up with, blank.
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't fit it all on one page. It does cross over to the next page, but look, scanning the columns, I see, what's this? Houdini. All alone there in the second object column. Call him Houdini. So, collectively, the group assigns a meaning to Houdini, and that meaning is, of course, escape artist. Christopher is telling us that Sebastian escaped. And he did this by out-duping everybody. As far as I know, out-dupe is not a real word. You can dupe somebody, or you can outwit somebody, or outsmart somebody. But dupe is usually used on its own. Unless, if you think of it this way, Sebastian was duped into being locked somewhere, and he out-duped the person that did it. You see, it could work that way. However, Christopher does use the word here, out-duping agencies. So I don't think that that is the situation. I don't think that Sebastian was duped into being locked into his room and he out-duped everybody. I just think that this is Christopher making up a word. It's something we do all the time. When we can't quite put our finger on a word, sometimes we'll go for something very near. So I think he means to outwit or to dupe, and he combines the two. Okay, enough said about that. So to summarize so far, I think Christopher compares Sebastian to Houdini, not Thurston, although I doubt he would know the name Thurston, but he didn't do a disappearing act. This is important. He did an escape act, right? He's telling us that Sebastian escaped. And not only did he escape, but he wanted to escape. He outwitted everybody. And I think really the impression that I get is that Christopher is deeply impressed. This 15-year-old boy, and he laughs as he says it, has managed to outdupe everybody, and he claps his hands to emphasize just how incredible Houdini's act is. He always wanted to be a ninja. So he's giving us this idea that this is something that Sebastian actually wanted. And this theme is picked up in the next page. A ninja, by the way, wears black. Remember, Sebastian was wearing black the night he disappeared. But just before we turn the page, I just want to say something very quickly about a couple of other things that are evident on this page. And one of them is this. Say one of us was suspected. One of us, right? Say one of us was suspected of foul play, blah, blah, blah. There's no way that one of us becomes we. It tells me something about the strength of their partnership. All for one and one for all. They are each protective of the other. He says, let's just say something. Let's imagine something. He's saying, let's imagine something. Well, yes, indeed, let's imagine something. He doesn't spell it out, but let's imagine something. Let's imagine that Katie is suspected of foul play. If Katie were suspected of foul play, i.e. she took advice from Christopher and disposed of Sebastian's toys, let's say, in the trash can that day, leading to his escape and final disappearance. Let's say if we take each step back and it comes back to Katie in that way, and she's suspected of foul play to that extent, that leads back to Christopher, because Christopher is the one who gave her the idea to punish him, you see? However, let's put it the other way around. If it is Christopher who is suspected of foul play, i.e. he's called to account for, beyond disciplining, in his words, a child, that again leads back to Katie for allowing it to happen in her house. So even though one of us may become suspected, it leads to the other. So I think we have this one of us turning into we down here. There's a recognition that we're both in this together. And one other thing I would say is this: they come, they talk to us. There's an elided they here. They call us on the phone. And I'll just mention this at the very end of the video, because there's another one on the next page. But they and them and us, there's very much a them and us division starting to occur. I feel there's a division starting to occur. There's very little we. Okay, we talk about it whenever they come. Yeah, okay, there's one we there. He is together with the police in one instance there, but very largely, it's very much a they and an I, we, I as in I and Katie. Division going on now. Okay, let's turn the page. Sorry, I'm rambling on. Let's turn the page. Okay, this brings us back to the word goofing. If you remember, Christopher, in I think his very first interview, or it may have been the second interview, he refers to the moment when Katie telephones him to say that Sebastian is missing. And he says, oh, he's probably goofing around. And he goes on to define goofing around as being like hiding. So we know that Sebastian kept goofing around. We know that this means that Sebastian kept hiding and was perhaps a cause of some concern to Katie and Chris until he was discovered. So Christopher tells Katie to go and look in the usual places. And she does, and she finds that he's not there. So that's when they both decide to phone the police. But this tells us that Sebastian liked to do this. He liked to hide and make them go seek. However, that was just a game. If you look at the next line, he says, well, he has officially done it. So he has taken it to an official level now, and he tells us, here's the evidence that we have gone up a level, the poof, nothing, you know. This time we didn't find him. Now the police are involved. It's an official disappearance, not a goofing around disappearance. And this brings me back to something that I came across in an earlier statement of Katie's when she said, this is like your nightmare come alive. And at the time, I outlined it in an earlier video, actually. I said, that doesn't sound right. She should be saying, this is my worst nightmare come to life. If something comes to life, it means that it comes into existence. But to come alive means to become energized. And I gave the example of the seaside town of Lyme Ridges in the summertime. So do you see how it fits? The goofing around was always going on, the hiding, the disappearing, perhaps the slightly scary moment when they couldn't find him. That was something that was always going on. This now has come alive. It has become energized. It has become official. You see, it fits exactly with what she actually said. So it's very important that when we are listening to what people say, that we believe them. We mustn't try to put words in their mouth and say, oh, I know what they mean. They mean something else. We have to take their words and really go on that. I know that in this video I have said that duping, or what was the word he used? Out-duping is not a real word, and I changed it to perhaps he means outwitting. But if we take his own definition, it could have a different overtone, you see. As I explained, it could mean that Sebastian was locked up and he out-duped the jailer. But because he used it twice, that's why I come to the decision that he means to outwit, and that he is just failing to remember the correct word, which is something that we do all the time. Okay, just picking up on the this they word again, you see at the bottom here, and this is the embedded clause. Everything they try to come up with, again, they, the police, the cops, are trying to come up with something, but it all comes to nothing. It all comes to a blank. Again, notice he didn't say we. Everything we try to come up with. Right? He's not in the picture. He's left it to the police. And the police, if you go back to this statement, this is a case that will go down as a research study case where they are asking the questions. Again, the police are asking the questions. We don't care. We're not asking the questions. The Proudfoots, no, the police are asking the questions and looking for answers. Again, it's very much as I said on the previous page, they. It's all down to the police now. And according to Christopher, they have told him that they're never going to close the case. The strange thing about that, the way he says it, is he's almost proud. Proudfoot is proud. He is proud of the fact that he has a unique case. That was the word he used at the very beginning. If you go back and look, he says this is a unique case, and I think he's rather proud of that, which is an odd emotion to have, isn't it, really? If you think about it, it's not the emotion of an anxious parent, that's for sure. So to summarize it all, Christopher, to me, this is just my opinion, he comes across as being really rather proud of the case. It's unique. Sebastian has outwitted the police in his great escape. He has always wanted to escape. He has played at escaping before, and now he has succeeded. So the implication is, don't worry about it. This is something that he actually wanted. The fact that a 15-year-old boy has outwitted the police and caused them not to be able to find him is such a delicious irony to Christopher that he cannot
All right, Mr. Douglas, I believe when we left off, we talked about the box marked 8/12/2019.
That's correct.
Tell us about the next couple of boxes in your timeline.
So on August 14th of 2019, Lori applied for her Rexburg apartment, and on the application, she stated that she was receiving $5,740 Social Security due to a dead husband. 2 days later, August 16th of 2019, Tylee's Social Security payments received a change to be deposited into Lori's BBVA account ending 3229. On August 19th of 2019, Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA account, which ends in the 5794.
And just really quickly, that is a separate account than the sole BBVA account of Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct. Lori's ended in the 3229, Tylee's ended in the 5794.
Tell us about the box with under 8/28/2019.
So this is when Tylee's Social Security payments start being deposited into Lori's account ending 3229.
And what happened next?
Okay. And then as noted below, we have the move to Rexburg with Lori and the children. And then on September 8th of 2019, while Tylee received a text message from Colby. Colby was inquiring from Tylee for her to send him some money via Venmo. This was a regular occurrence, to which Tylee responded back that she couldn't Venmo him money because mom gets her money now. On the same day, as I stated before, I don't just review financial records, we review electronic data as well. Noted that Chad had searched the wind direction in his search history, and this is also the same day as the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan.
What do you have on September 9th, 2019?
On September 9th, we discovered an email from Lori to her accountant that she had with her husband, Charles Vallow, gentleman by the name of Mike Edson. He was their tax accountant, and she was inquiring about a tax refund she hadn't received yet.
And the next day?
And then on the next day, on September 10th of 2019, Tylee's BBVA account is added as what's called a funding source to Venmo. In short, Venmo is a person-to-person transfer of funds to which you have to link your bank account or your credit card to it. Tylee's BBVA account had not yet been set up on her Venmo account. It was still would have been drawing out of any funds that were in the JP Morgan Chase account.
All right. And then what's marked for 9/20?
And then on 9/20, the data that was provided to us by JP Morgan, this is when Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account is completely closed and the remaining amount was withdrawn.
What happened on 9/22?
As indicated below, this is the last known sighting of JJ Vallow. There's also text information regarding phones associated with Tylee, Lori, and Colby, where either Lori is messaging one or the other or receiving a message from them in request of starting on 9/22 of 19 and including the other dates, October 1st, October 14th, November 22nd, and November 25th of 19 of either requesting or stating that a Venmo payment would be sent to Colby.
And who was requesting Venmo payments?
Colby would request them, but these messages specifically were Lori either texting Tylee's account or Tylee's phone saying to send Colby money, or Lori would text Colby saying that she had transferred money into Tylee's account and Tylee would send the money to Colby.
What's the next event?
So on the bottom, on October 9th of 2019, this is a reported shooting at Miss Tammy Daybell. The following date,
Grounds. Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, I think the evidence has shown so far that, especially with the way he said that that is not an inaccurate statement.
All right, and I agree, looking at the time frame as well, or the timeline exhibit here, I'll overrule the objection.
What happened on October 10th?
On October 10th, so Venmo also provided the IP data regarding the transfers of the funds. And in regards to the IP data associated with Tylee's Venmo account on October 10th of 19, a transfer of funds from Tylee's bank account via Venmo was sent to Colby with the IP being in Kansas City, Missouri.
And then if you just go through the last few boxes.
And then to finish up, on October 9th of 19, this is the reported death of Miss Tammy Daybell. On November 5th of 2019 being the wedding of Chad and Lori. And then on June 9th of 20 is the date that we discovered the bodies of Tylee and JJ.
And just to be clear, those dates are on there from what you testified to put this financial information in view of the complete timeline and investigation, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Douglas, we've been talking about Tylee and a financial timeline you prepared for her. In the course of your investigation, did you prepare a similar timeline for JJ and financial information regarding him?
I did.
Did you do that in preparation for your testimony?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 113. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 113?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is a similar timeline, but for JJ.
And you just testified that you prepared this.
I prepared this.
And did you do so in an effort to aid the jury in understanding the financial records regarding JJ Vallow?
That is correct.
And what did you use to create that timeline?
This one, there's similar data on this. Also included are some history from, again, Lori's her iCloud account, the rental agreement, and the Social Security and bank records.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the document you created?
It is.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 113 be entered into evidence.
All right. Very well stated.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, is this the financial timeline we just spoke of?
It is.
Where does this timeline begin?
This one, due to JJ not receiving Social Security funds until later into 2019, I started with the date that is reported to be when Chad and Lori met.
All right, and then what's the next event?
The death of his father, Charles Vallow,
And that was on,
July 11th of 19.
walk us through the next couple of boxes.
Again, Lori texted Chad about receiving the $4,000 a month Social Security, but not receiving the life insurance money. JJ was reported to have an emotional support dog or a support dog of nature. And this on October 9th of 2019 is reported that Lori had posted this dog for sale on Animal Direct. On August 12th of 19, again, the life insurance money or life insurance policy being changed to Colby to the tune of $2 million that did not list JJ on it.
All right, and then, and that was the same that was on Lori's, or I apologize, on Tylee's?
On Tylee's, correct.
And what's the next date and what happened then?
On August 14th of 19, again, this is when Lori applied for the apartment in Rexburg. She stated that she'd be receiving the $5,740 Social Security. And then moving to this information on the bottom, September 1st, the move of Lori and the children to Rexburg. 9/8 being the last known sighting of Tylee. And then on September 18th of 2019, this is when the Social Security payments regarding JJ were deposited into Lori's account.
And then what happened after that?
And then on September 22nd is the last known sighting of JJ. And then to finish out October 9th, again, October 9th of 19, the incident with Tammy Daybell, October 19th being the death of Miss Daybell, Chad and Lori's wedding on November 5th of 19, and the remains of the children being found on June 9th of 20.
Mr. Douglas, we've spent a fair amount of time talking about finances and Social Security, correct?
Correct.
At any time, did you prepare an exhibit that showed the amount of Social Security paid out to that Lori Vallow received on behalf of her children after their last known sightings?
I did.
What did you use to prepare that?
That includes Lori's BBVA account information solely because that's where the funds were being deposited at the time.
And did you prepare that in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the Social Security payments being made in this case?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 114. I would note that there is a 114A and B in evidence already, but not 114.
All right, thanks for the clarification, Mr. Wood.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 114?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is the Social Security payment table that I created regarding the Social Security deposits being deposited into Lori Vallow's BBVA account.
All right, and is that a true and accurate representation of the chart you made?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes, Exhibit 114 be entered into evidence.
All right. Without objection, then Exhibit 114 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you explain how you put this chart together?
So this information is derived, again, just solely from the deposits of Social Security into Lori's BBVA account. As reflected on here, I labeled each account as to the individual that the money was being deposited from or the benefits from. And the benefits come from the information from the deceased fathers.
All right. And under the section for Tylee, what is the first date you have marked?
The first date being October 23rd of 19.
And why is that the first date you put there?
We chose that date, or I chose the date, because Social Security is paid later, or back paid. And I didn't feel that it was fair to include payments in September, even though, given the time of death for Tylee, we felt that this was more accurate representation of the funds after the death of the child.
So, okay, so that's the first payment she receives
Mhm.
after you believe that Tylee is deceased.
Correct.
And for JJ, is that I see a box marked 10/16/2019.
Correct. This would have been the first deposit of his. It is noteworthy that it's obvious that Tylee's deposits were different than JJ and Lori's, to the fact that this is when Tylee's benefits were being deposited into her JP Morgan account and carried forward. That was paid later in the month and on a separate date than JJ and Lori's deposits,
All right.
with the date being October 16th of 19.
And then it looks like you have two sections for Lori. Why is that?
I can't testify to the reason that the box with TCS Treasury 449 being less information given to me, that it could be due to bad debts, it could be college funds that weren't paid, but it was being docked for some reason, but I can't testify to it.
Okay, but is the reason it's in a different box, just that it's a different amount?
Yeah, that's how it's reflected per her bank statement.
And so, and is there a total amount of money received after what you believe to be the deaths of Tylee and JJ?
Yes, the grand total down the bottom right being the $22,545.05.
Thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation and preparation for today, did you prepare a timeline that identifies what you see as the theft of financial funds from the Social Security Administration?
I did.
How did you prepare that?
Again, given the information from bank statements and the Social Security information, the time of death of the children, search history reflected information, text messages, emails.
And is some of that information also reflected in the last two documents we've looked at?
That's correct.
But you've included other information as well.
I did.
Did you prepare that document in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
And did you do so in an effort to aid the jury in understanding this complete financial timeline?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 115. Mr. Douglas, do you recognize States Exhibit 1115?
I do.
What is it? And is this the document we were just speaking of?
Yes,
Is it a true and accurate representation of what you created to aid the jury in understanding this today?
it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that for demonstrative purposes, that Exhibit 115 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Exhibit 115 is entered.
And may I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, can you walk us through the first few steps of this timeline?
Well, starting again with on April 3rd of 2018, the death of Joe Ryan, and June 14th of 2018, this is when the Social Security starts being deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, ending 3918. When Lori opens her BBVA account, ending 3229 on October 23rd of 18. The life insurance proceeds being paid out to Lori on October 26th of 18, also being the same date that Lori and Chad met. The death of Charles Vallow on July 11th of 19. On July 12th, Lori's bank card, Bank of Hawaii, is used to make a payment to Value the Sun Mortuary, and this being the same day that Chad calls Value the Sun Mortuary.
Okay. And then what happened next?
On July 18th of 19, Lori texts Chad about receiving the $4,000 a month Social Security and not receiving the life insurance. July 24th of 19, this being the last date that Social Security is deposited into Tylee's JP Morgan Chase account, ending 3918.
Can you walk us through the first couple of boxes there?
On August 12th of 19, this being the date of the change to Colby for the life insurance of Miss Lori. On August 14th of 19, Lori applying for the Rexburg apartment, stating that she's receiving the $5,740 in Social Security. On August 16th of 19, this is when Tylee's payments are changed to be deposited into Lori's BBVA account, ending 3229. On August 19th of 19, Lori and Tylee opened Tylee's BBVA account, ending 5794. On August 28th of 19, this being the date that Tylee's Social Security deposit or payments being deposited into Lori's BBVA account, ending 3229. Lori and the children moving to Rexburg on September 1st of 19. The text messages from Tylee to Colby that mom gets her gets her money now. And this is also the date that Tammy's life insurance with LifeMap was increased on September 8th of 19. And also this being the same date, the last known sighting of Tylee Ryan on September 8th of 19.
And what happened on the 10th?
On November 10th of 19, Tylee's BBVA account is as the funding source to her Venmo account.
And what happened on 9/18 of 2018?
On 9/18 of 19, this being the date that Lori and JJ's Social Security funds start being deposited into her BBVA account, ending 3229. On September 22nd of 19, the text messages referring to the Venmoing money to Colby, also being the last known sighting of JJ on September 22nd of 19.
And if you can move to 10/9/19.
On 10/9, this being the date of the attempted shooting on Miss Tammy. On 10/10, this being the Venmo activity that took place in Kansas City, Missouri regarding Tylee's Venmo account. The death of Miss Tammy on October 19th of 19. Chad and Lori's wedding on 11/5 of 19. We recovered an email to a rental company named Kauai Dreams on 11/8 of 19, where Chad was inquiring, stating that they were a clean couple with no kids and no pets. On December 20th of 19, this is when Rexburg announced the investigation. January 3rd of 20 being the first search on Chad's property, and June 9th of 20 being the second search where we recovered the remains of the children.
Mr. Douglas, those last several exhibits dealt primarily with the social security funds of Tylee and JJ. Uh, did you review financial documents related to Chad Daybell?
I did.
What documents did you look at?
Primarily his Mountain America Credit Union account, including his personal and the business Spring Creek account. But there was also credit cards that were included that we found that we researched as well.
All right. And did you also look at life insurance?
Oh, yes, the life insurance for Tammy, the 2 policies.
Detective, in preparing for your testimony today, did you, Your Honor, if I could have one moment, I think I have the. All right. In preparation for your testimony today, did you prepare another financial timeline that focused more on Chad Daybell?
I did.
And did you do that in preparation? Well, I just asked that for your testimony today. Did you do that in order to aid the jury to understand the financial documents and time frame in which these transactions took place related to this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 116.
All right, thanks.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize State's Exhibit 116?
I do.
What does it purport to be?
This is a financial timeline regarding Chad and Tammy's finances, to also include information regarding Lori and life insurance and travel information.
And is this this is the document we were just previously speaking of?
Correct.
Is this a true and accurate representation of the document you created?
It is.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 116 be entered into testimony.
No objection.
Into evidence. I apologize.
Exhibit 116 is entered and admitted into evidence.
May I publish?
Yes.
Mr. Douglas, Can you walk us through the first few steps of this timeline?
I can. October 3rd of 2018, being the first date that I can report that Chad Daybell had purchased a prepaid phone. October 26th of 18, also being the date that Chad and Lori met. On February 23rd of 19, Alex's Barclay card was used to purchase a flight from Lori, or for Lori, to Idaho Falls. March 14th of 19, Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona.
To be clear, that Barclay account, that was Alex Cox's account that she had a card on, correct?
Correct. Originally, it was just in Alex's name, but in March, Lori is added as a card holder to where she had her own card on Alex's account.
And what happened next on your timeline?
April 22nd of 19, Lori paid for Chad's flight to Houston using her BBVA account. May 31st of 19, prepaid phone purchase by Chad. Also June 17th of 19, another prepaid phone purchase by Chad. The death of Charles Vallow, July 11th of 19, Lori's Bank of Hawaii card being used to make the payment to Valley of the Sun Mortuary, and Chad calling Valley of the Sun Mortuary. On July 18th of 19, Lori texting Chad that she'd be receiving the Social Security, but not the life insurance money.
What do you have marked for July 20th of 2019?
That is the day that Lori used her Bank of Hawaii card to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona. This took place again August 2nd of 19. Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase a flight for Chad to Arizona. August 10th of 19, Lori's Barclay card is used to purchase her flight into Idaho Falls.
And just for clarity, is the Idaho Falls airport the closest airport to Rexburg, Idaho?
That I know of, aside from flying directly into Rexburg.
Let me rephrase that. Is it the closest airport that you can take commercial flights into?
Yes.
Okay. If you can go through the next couple of slides.
On September 1st of 19, this being the move of Lori and the kids to Rexburg, Miss Tammy's increase of her life insurance on September 8th of 19 regarding life map, also being the last known date, last known sighting of Tylee. On September 18th of 19, Chad purchased another prepaid phone. On September 22nd of 19, this being the last known sighting of JJ. On October 8th of 19, Chad initiated a refinance with Wells Fargo. On October 9th of 19, the attempted shooting with Miss Tammy. October 19th of 19, Tammy's death. On October 24th of 19, this is when Chad filed with the life insurance company Primerica, and this is when he canceled the refinance with Wells Fargo. And October 30th of 19, Chad files his life insurance claim with LifeMap.
You can start us on November 1st, 2019.
On November 1st of 19, Chad received his final check and resigned from LDS of Vallow.
If you can pause, what is a vow? LDS of Vallow.
LDS of Vallow, the Chad would write a column for LDS of Vallow. Mr. Chris Perrett is his business that he oversees, and he would give Chad a percentage of the fees that he acquired regarding those that would read Chad's column.
And November 5th.
On November 5th, this being the wedding of Chad and Lori. On November 18th, Chad purchased a SIM card and a total wireless phone card. November 29th of 19, this is the trip to Knott's Berry Farms. The information that we acquired from Knott's Berry Farms included a ticket for Chad, 5 of his kids or in-laws, as well as one for Lori. December 20th,
On
19.
those financial records, did it list the names of who those tickets were purchased for?
So Knott's Berry Farms was able to produce copies of the tickets that included the names of the individuals. December 20th of 19, Rexburg announced the investigation into Chad, sorry, let me restate that. December 20th of 19, Rexburg PD announced the investigation. I also noted that Chad had transferred $1,000 each to 3 of his older children, specifically the children that live near him in the Rexburg area.
And when you say the Rexburg Police Department announced an investigation, what investigation did they announce that day?
At this time, it was the missing of the children. The children were missing at this time and trying to locate the children.
And on January 3rd?
On January 3rd of 20, this being the first search of Chad's property, I also noted that there were 2 transfers to Chad's middle son, Seth, from one being from his business account, one being from his personal account with Mountain America, to the tune of $1,500 to his son, to his son, Seth, that day. March 6th of 20, this is the date that Lori was extradited from Hawaii to Idaho. On March 8th of 20, Chad sells his Dodge Dakota and his Chevy Equinox to his two daughters. They both reimbursed him $200 each for both vehicles. And on June 9th of 20, we discovered that Chad had transferred $8,000 each to his 3 older children that lived in the area the morning of the search, and this being the same date that we located JJ and Tylee's bodies on the property.
Your Honor, they're already in evidence. I'm going to ask to publish States Exhibit 77G and H.
Okay, since they've already been admitted, they may be published.
Mr. Douglas, do you recognize States Exhibit 77G?
I do.
What is that?
This, can you scroll or bring it down just a little bit? This account end in 3007 would have been Chad's personal account with Mountain America.
And why was this document of interest to you?
So again, with the date right there, June 9th.
Do you have a pointer?
I do.
If you could point to
Yeah.
what you're speaking about.
So June, yeah, twist this here. So on June 9th, there was a transfer of the $10,000 into Chad's from his Spring Creek book account that he had that we'll discuss in a second. The 10,000 making the balance, this 20,000 and change here, and then transfers to his son Seth on June 9th to the tune of $8,000. And then another transfer June 9th to his, the account is in the name of Joseph Murray, but this is also his oldest daughter, Emma's account for $8,000 as well, leaving an account balance of the $4,400.
And this is still 77G, second page. Was there anything of note to you regarding your investigation on this page?
So this one shows the savings account that was associated with Chad's personal account. And on the same date of June 9th, a transfer to his oldest son, Garth Daybell, an $8,000 transfer that date as well.
And this is 77H. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is the transfer data that Mountain America was able to provide regarding the transfers of the 10,000 into the account that I just spoke of, and then the 3 transfers to the 3 oldest children. And it also includes the date and time of the transfers.
And so I think you've already testified that the date was June 9th, correct?
Correct.
What time, and if you can point, I understand it's small, to the time those transfers were made.
Again, put this thing here. The transfers taking place right here in this area here, right around 9:50 in the morning. And as indicated, they took place Mountain Standard Time. So it would have been
Your Honor, I have just a couple more exhibits with this witness, but I think they'll probably take more than the 6 minutes. And it would probably be easier to just start with them in the morning. I understand that's 6 minutes early, but I think this would be a good place to stop and continue in the morning.
Okay, I think that makes sense as well, Mr. Wood. Thanks for watching the clock on that. We will conclude with evidence for today then, and I'll go ahead and announce our schedule as well for tomorrow, the rest of the week. We'll continue on with the same schedule basically tomorrow as well as Friday, 8:30 to 3:30. And I do want to, of course, again, advise the jurors before we break for the day to please follow the court's admonishing instruction to not look into this case in any way while you are home for the evening. Don't do anything to research it. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves or with anyone else. And with that, is the state ready to conclude for the day?
Yes, Your Honor, if that's all right with the court.
Yes, anything further from the defense? Okay, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, that have been in attendance today for abiding with the court's conduct orders. We will be in recess until tomorrow morning to commence with more evidence at 8:30.
All rise, please.
Okay, something that was muted or not muted, and I was trying to find out what was making noise, but I'll just let it ride. And that concludes that. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Yeah, that started to pick up after a while. It took a little while to get going on the finances, but moving all that money around, yeah, I don't know. I suppose if I don't know. I'm not sure how insurance law works. If he's the beneficiary, but he kills her, and there's a provision in the policy that covers murder, then I could see that her heirs might possibly get the money. But I don't know. It's so messed up. Okay, well, I'll try to find some good things for the breaks tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.